I thought you were gonna say remake. You're not even close to done, though. The videos on Assassin's Creed voice... No, I have not. The reviews are not mediocre. It's literally in the same space as Ghost of Tsushima. Well, I think that game's mediocre as shit, so... not really helping your case. For Ubisoft, who needed a home run to have any sort of chance to save the business, an 82 is not very good. So, for their long-anticipated Japanese Assassin's Creed entry that people have been asking for since Assassin's Creed 2, an 82 is not good, so... For all the games you can play, one that has an 82 is not worth your time. Especially from fucking Ubisoft. Because for whatever reason, journos give Ubisoft a massive handicap. So if their woke trash, We Was Samurai sim is in the low 80s, it's probably in reality the mid to low 70s. We was Japanese and she... That's right, man. What makes the game woke?
Nigga, you ain't funny.
Come on, bro. I'm not taking that bait. Nah. Yeah, shit. Trump should have added new names to the JFK files. Well, I wasn't alive, so it'd be kind of hard to do. Yeah, Griffin, what's so woke about a black samurai? That's right, bro. The real samurai were black. History has been whitewashed to erase the achievements of our melanated brothers. In reality, we was the samurai, we was the conquistadors, we was the pharaohs, we was the emperors, we was the generals, we was the presidents, we was the artists, we was the writers, we was the philosophers, we was everybody. Until you white folk came around and stole all our accomplishments. Shit. Yeah, that's like literally the fucking, dude, let me see if I can find that video. I always like watching it. It's funny. Is that I'm sure it's gotten deleted. I don't know why I'm looking on YouTube for it. Oh, I found it! Yes! I found it! Oh my god. There we go.
Shall I go back to my seat?
Certainly.
Yeah.
And if any of you have to go to the bathroom or want a drink of water, we have those facilities for you. Come on in, High Priest Kazak.
Nice to meet you. You've flown in?
And it travels all over the world constantly.
Thanks for
Travels all
coming.
over.
Individual saluting Chief High Priest Kazak. Imagine. Rock.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Thumb.
How Sham Yav Shabrak Thump? Okay.
Can I give you a list of historical figures, prominent figures from history, and you'll tell me whether or not they were white or black?
Shoot, give me your best shot.
Where did we start? Okay, Beethoven,
Black.
Mozart,
Black.
Cleopatra.
She looked black, but she was white.
She looked black, but
Listen,
she was
you're not
white.
answering my question. It's not the color of your skin that you're being judged by, but the seed of your father.
William Shakespeare.
Undoubtedly black, without question.
Abraham Lincoln.
That's still in debate.
Shit. That's still in debate, guys. We're still trying to figure out whether or not he was black or not, but yeah. You know, just put a pin in it for now. We'll figure it out at some point. Oh my god. Yeah, that's such a great video. There's a longer version of it too, but I don't know where it is. Wait, is this it?
I've read a little bit in Nation of Islam doctrine that says that
What did you do, black?
No, this is
White man. I just want to show you something that's very interesting in this book.
Here's another clip from it.
I just want to show you something that's very interesting in this book. That the original rulers of England and Britain.
Oh god, yeah, I remember this
Which
one.
sounds nuts to you. You see the black court officers here. You see the prosecutors sitting here. These are black men. All of this information came from the British Museum, from Westminster Abbey, from Windsor, from all of these places in England.
I don't know, that's kind of borderline. I
Now,
would
wait
say.
a minute. There's no borderline.
Borderline, anyone?
Oh, it's borderline. I can't make. Give me a break. Are you on crack? You see that these guys are black.
That's King George of England.
King George of England. Hell yeah.
Crack. You see that these guys are black.
That's King George of England. The light-skinned black man.
You clearly see the black.
That's King George of England.
King George of England.
The light-skinned black man.
You clearly see the Vikings as black men. Do you see that with your glasses? These are black men.
Look at the fucking nasty ass fingernails, dude.
You're browbeating me slightly.
Can you see that those are black men?
In the picture, they're black.
I'm asking you very simple questions without bringing forth any threats. Can you see that these are blacks?
They are black people.
Give the man a hand. We gotta give him a little hand clap again. I like this. He finally came out. What you do historically is you cover up the facts. You come in and you whitewash everything. Jesus is black. They know that in his hometown. You whitewash everything. Jesus is a black man. They know that in his hometown. But when you come to America and you go to England or wherever, he's painted as a white man. Now you want to talk about hatred and racism, that's blatant hatred and racism.
Shall I go back to my seat?
Certainly.
Yeah.
There he is. Black. Can you read this for the BBC?
The monument installed in 1605 is discussed in relation to the Shakespeare...
Stop. is discussed in relation to who? Alfred the Great? Constantine? No. William
You just know they smell
Who?
like shit.
I can't hear you. This is not the Jerry Springer show. Who? William who?
What's the question?
It's discussed in relation to being who? William who? William Tell? Thank you. Boy, I had to clean it out. It's amazing. You come in and you whitewash everything. Jesus is a black man. They know that in his hometown. But when you come to America and you go to England or wherever, he's painted as a white man. Now you want to talk about hate and racism?
I may need that Kang George clip. I wonder where the full... I'm sure you can't find it anymore because the BBC is so fucking cocked, man. But, dude, I would love to watch the full episode of that. I wonder if it even exists anymore. King George.
That's King George of England.
King George. Jesus Christ. Of England. Yeah, I mean, that just screams black guy, doesn't it? Yeah, what I should do is put King George of England, and then where's the other one?
Shall I?
Put this one.
The seed of your father.
William Shakespeare.
Undoubtedly black, without question.
Abraham.
I should put that after King George of England. Undoubtedly black, without question. Should merge the two. Let's see. I think I have the cat. Oh wait, I think it's on. Let me find it real quick. I have the video of the Khazar. Let me see. Oh wait, I think I recorded it on OBS. Let's check. I have it, I recorded it. Let me just find it real quick. Dude, I don't believe everyone is equal. I believe everybody is born with equal opportunity, but we don't end up equal, and that's perfectly fine. Especially in the West, bro. If you're born in the West, you have every opportunity in life. You are only, you know, going to be able to blame yourself if you don't amount to something. So, yeah. I thought I had it recorded. Oh, here it is.
Morning! The real Jews would be in mourning. They wouldn't be jokes like this Khazar baby.
Oh, did I not save it? Is this it?
That's right!
I don't think I saved the whole thing. Shit.
That's right! 6 million who the Holocaust. Are you saying the Holocaust is a joke? It's a joke. That's right! That's right! Don't you dare! The Holocaust is a damn joke! The Holocaust is a joke!
Bro, Kanye saw this one video and it rewired his entire brain.
Right. Hitler, yeah, crowd, white boy. Heil Hitler. You don't understand. We've been through it. You have been through it. Black people have been through it. That's right. Hitler burnt your stinking behind because you said you were the black people. That's why he burnt you in. That's right. Heil Hitler. 6 million who the Holocaust.
Are you saying the Holocaust is a joke?
It's a joke.
That's right.
That's right.
Don't you dare.
Heil Hitler.
Don't you
The
dare.
Holocaust is a damn joke. Right. The Holocaust is a joke. Hitler, yeah, crowd, white boy. Heil Hitler. You haven't heard nothing. We've been through it. You haven't been through a damn thing. Black people have been through it. That's right. Hitler burnt your stinking behind because you said you were the black people. That's why he burnt you in.
Bruh. A classic. A true classic. Is that me? Why the fuck would I cry over the fucking Holocaust? I don't give a shit. Dude, honestly, I'm not emotionally attached to an event I didn't live through. So, yeah, no, I don't give a shit, really. That shit happened almost 100 years ago. I'm only 27, why the fuck should I give a shit at this point? Like, whatever. Yeah, the 6 million number's very suspicious. But, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if it's 600,000 or 6 million, you know, it's still kind of the same thing. But yeah, I agree, the exaggeration doesn't help the case. You know? It just gives you something to poke holes in. No, Assassin's Creed Shadows isn't out yet, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it or not. Oh god, is the stream dashboard gonna break? Damn, this is what it was doing the other night, and it like literally wouldn't fucking load anything. Okay, I think we're good now. No, so Hitler wanted to just basically export the Jews. But yeah, it was only later that he started killing them, because, you know, he figured, you know, might as well, because once the tide of the war changed is when they started, you know, changing course, essentially. Because all of a sudden it became more time is of the essence. But yeah, Hitler was the one who was originally, like, you know, brainstorming the idea for Israel. So... yeah, a Jewish settlement in the Middle East was something that Hitler had been, you know, pondering to himself, apparently. And he just wanted to mass deport them. Sure, Griffin. I mean, it's literally documented, but, you know, you can at me all you want. It's literally a documented thing. Isn't 81 better than mid? Not when you're a woke slop video game that's gonna get an automatic handicap by journos. Like, if the journos didn't have a black samurai to fucking lust over, that game would probably be like a 70 in reality. But because Ubisoft consistently injects a bunch of woke slop into their games, the journos are more loving in return. They're like, oh my god, a black samurai, plus 10. Did I look at any of the JFK stuff? No, I did not. I didn't really care to look, to be honest. See, this is the thing, and that's why people are dumb. Bro, they're not going to actually write down anything damning. Like, why would you put down, like, government secrets in actual writing? That kind of defeats the purpose. So, I highly doubt there's anything in there that's like, oh my god, dude, no way! Like, why would you write that shit down in the first place? Doesn't make any sense. Temlar code the 279. To me, the orcs are much bigger problem than Semites. In what context do you mean that, dude? Yeah, I agree, bro. In Lord of the Rings, the orcs are definitely the biggest problem. The feds censored every... Well, no, it's not even that they censored it. It's why would they write it down? Like, if there's this deep-rooted government conspiracy to assassinate a U.S. president, why the fuck would the perpetrators make a fucking paper trail? They would never do that shit. It would be all just, you know, word of mouth and, you know, secret conversations and coded messages and shit. They wouldn't actually create a fucking file in the FBI where they're like, yeah, this is what we did, how we did it, and how we covered it up. Like, no, they wouldn't do that. So, people have unrealistic expectations for this shit. And it's like the whole Epstein file thing. You'd have to be an idiot to actually release that stuff. The only reason you would ever release the Epstein files is if you're relinquishing power forever. Because literally the Epstein file is the ultimate blackmail. Why the fuck would you give up your biggest fucking hand of pure fucking blackmail material for nothing? Like, I'd squeeze... Like, bro, do you think Chuck Schumer had a change of heart just over nothing? Maybe they got some dirt on him. You never know. So... never fucking play all your cards at once. Keep them close to your chest. Yeah, but why would Trump release them at the beginning of his term? He would literally save that shit until the very end to release. Because the blackmail is not worth a damn if you fucking release all the information immediately. So, you keep it in your back pocket to use and manipulate people to do what you want them to. And then, on your way out, you say, fuck you, and then sink them anyway. Wouldn't it make... Oh, no, I read that. Tim Marco, the 279 by orcs, I meant Muslims. I don't know what you mean, man. I don't think there were Muslims in Lord of the Rings, dude. Whatever do you mean by that? Yeah, I just don't understand being the degenerate rich guy. Like, that lifestyle doesn't appeal to me at all, dude. Like, I don't know why you would just be like some disgusting sex freak if you had billions of dollars. Like, why?
You're broke!
Like, that's just
You're
asking
fucking
to,
poor!
you know, have shit held over you. It's stupid. Did you hear that DSP is going to have RTU on his show tomorrow? Kino got him to make peace with Rich now and finally talked. Oh, really? I guess now because they're both being bullied by him. They're being bullied. So now they got to team up, dude, and fight against the bullies. I mean, what else would you do when you have everything? I don't know, not molest kids. Pick up a new hobby. Go shopping. Play some sports. Buy a new house. Start a new business. Raise your kids. Raise your grandkids. Maybe you could teach. I don't know, like literally anything other than molesting children, maybe. Watch Netflix, jerk off, hire a bunch of fucking of-age prostitutes. Like, I don't know, dude. Prone bone a lady boy. So that way you can't see the penis. Yeah, there's a 0% chance I would ever be like one of those degenerate rich guys. I would just be the wealthy recluse type where I have a massive fucking, you know, palatial home and I would just fill it with collectibles, dude. Or I don't know. But yeah, there's no fucking chance. I'd rather collect stacks than felonies. I could get every, you know, Pokemon card I want, dude. We'd allow you to get your freak on. It's okay. Nah. That shit does not interest me at all. Nick Batista with a 5 would rather be rich, quietly rich, and not be involved in anything. Just isolate. Yeah, that'd be the thing, is like you could pay to not be around other people or the undesirables of society. That's the biggest asset of being rich, is you like can price out people you don't want to be around. Which, in my opinion, is the whole point of getting wealthy in the first place, is being able to, you know, basically buy your freedom, in a sense. Tim Marco, the 279, would you develop the Peso slap? Probably not.
You're fucking poor!
Probably not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Makers of the Five, one thing I dislike about atheists is they'll cherry pick a Bible quote and take it literally without context. You mean Redditors. I mean, that's basically what Redditors do too, so. But atheists and Redditors are basically one and one. They're pretty much the exact same thing. Like, I always see these screenshots from Reddit on Twitter, and it's like, holy fuck, bro. Someone needs to go do a wellness check on that motherfucker with a shotgun. It's like, damn. These, like, they're not even humans. They really aren't. They're, like, barely even human. If you could even call them human. It's just like the most stereotypical lib shit talking points over and over and over again. What are the crazy scriptures that aren't out of context? What's like super crazy? I don't think Blue Sky is going to be around much longer. I don't think it's going to become profitable. And the whole tech bubble has kind of popped for new social media companies, so I doubt they'll be able to get infinite funding.
Special deployment ready. The true gods have further use of me.
People who off themselves go to hell, that's a crazy script. That's not crazy. That's like the ultimate insult to God. You threw away the greatest gift he ever gave you. That's like literally spitting in the face of God. So... you get the gift of life from God, and then you basically reject it and say, no, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, that's literally you spitting in the face of God and saying, no, I don't want what you gave me. That'd be like if you gave somebody a plate of fucking food, and instead of them saying thanks and eating it, they just slap it out of your fucking hand and say, fuck you, I don't want it. Would you be happy about that? No. Or, you know, you gave somebody a fucking, I don't know, a cell phone for Christmas, and it's not the exact one they wanted. So they fucking start bitching and, you know, saying, fuck you, blah, 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 like, you're a fucking piece of shit. Would you ever want to give them something again? Of course not. So.
Special deployment ready.
Yeah, Trump should just keep ignoring these stupid fucking judges, man. Judges have zero power whatsoever. What are they gonna do? Fucking stand in front of the plane? They have no authority. They can go hit a fucking tank with their little hammer and see how it works out. The I advance of the five, my favorite left-wing cope is them saying they have empathy. Like, bro, your so-called empathy devastated the economy and made Americans poorer. Well, no, the prime example of their empathy is, you know, cheering on the fact that that firefighter got shot at the Trump rally. When they literally celebrated and then complained that Trump didn't die. So, yeah, that's the left's empathy. So, yeah, no, leftists are complete fucking projecting retards. Like, they project all of their fucking, you know, sins onto the other side. So, when they claim they have empathy, they have none. When they claim to care about people, they don't fucking care.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Leftism is basically a death cult. Like, it doesn't matter how many times you point out that whatever fucking format of government they want doesn't fucking work, they don't care because, you know, 20 million people dying from starvation wasn't enough to convince them. They need 300 million. Well, actually, 300 million wasn't enough. You know, we need 3 billion. It's just insanity, dude. It's literally a death cult mentality. Run a dog with a 5. Let's go. By the way, Creed Shadows for the 1. I don't know about that one, man. I'll pull it up in a second. The I advance to the 2, like Antifa being literal terrorist group. Yeah, exactly. We should just start gunning them down if they rear their ugly head. And Hayden Acres with the 2. Remember, Griffin, it's both sides. That's right, man. Let me put that fence post right up my ass.
Fatality confirmed.
Let's see. Oh boy, dude. Wowie zowie. So what? Atom Fall? Who fucking cares? Fallout clone. Blizzard Arcade Collection. Nobody fucking cares. Whatever the fuck that is. I can't read it 'cause of the text. Mythract? That's gonna be dog shit. That's already in Game Pass, and that's already in Game Pass. So yeah, these are your big games, dude. Wowie zowie. So worth the $20. It's just crazy, bro. The cope is insane.
It's the greatest deal in gaming, dude.
Daryl's on the 2. Hey, Griffin. Suck my micro joystick. I'm guessing is what you meant. No. I'm a size queen, dude. Hell yeah. And the I advance of the 5. Remember, fascism is an offshoot of socialism. Still socialism, but different reason to unite the people. The state still controls the production. Yeah. If I got to be in charge, I wouldn't mind it, but yeah. It sucks if you have to live underneath it. The judge cannot overturn that shit. They're just trying to fucking, you know, obstruct. They'll get, like, all that shit's gonna be overturned. It's just them trying to fucking obstruct Trump's presidency once again with legal bullshit. Which, if he just ignores it, it doesn't matter. Which I don't think he gives a fuck this time. He should just go full Andrew Jackson mode and threaten to kill everybody who doesn't agree with him. What if a Democrat wins and does the same? Well, hopefully we won't have any more elections. Fingers crossed. We can get rid of the need for those pesky elections coming up here soon. Audio's cracking. All right. Griffin wants Trump to be a dictator? Absolutely. For life. And then he gets to name a successor who has the same power after him.
I can't afford this shit!
That would be optimal. We could actually fix shit. Two assists, really? Gay. It might happen. I hope. Fingers crossed, man. It's the only way we're ever gonna have significant change at this point. I honestly don't know if Republicans can ever win another election after Trump. Real talk. I don't have faith.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The Democrats have literally imported so many fucking people that have just completely rewritten the entire societal structure of the United States and have implemented so many different ways to conduct fraud that we're almost at a point where it's too far gone. Like, Trump winning was an anomaly. No, the simple solution is add qualifiers to vote. You have to pay a certain amount of income tax. You can't be on any form of government subsidy in excess of the tax money you pay. And, you know, there you go. Easy as fuck. Voter ID, and you actually have to pay income tax. People who don't pay tax should not be allowed to vote because they're fine with spending everybody else's money but none of their own. That'd be like people who aren't shareholders of a company being able to vote. Like, nope. Nope. You have zero fucking say in how that company's run because you don't have any fucking skin in the game. So, put up or shut up. You should have no right to tell other people how they should spend their fucking money when you don't even pay into it. I saw that Trump was thinking of making it so yeah, hopefully that goes through. That'd be great. Because that means your first 150K would be tax-free regardless of how much you make. So even if you made like 300K, you'd only have to pay tax on half your income, which is awesome. Yeah, there should be no foreign languages on the ballot. There should be no party designation. And you should have to have, like, an actual tax return from the previous year and an ID. There's how you fix the voting system. But it'll never happen, because the only reason you don't have stuff like that is to encourage fraud, so... No, you still want your salary to be above 150. Because your first 150K won't be taxed. It's just whatever you make after 150K would get taxed. So if you make 300K, only the last 150K would get taxed. So let's say the tax rate is 20% and you make 300K. Your first 100K, no tax, but then you'd pay 20% on the other 150K. So that would mean you'd pay, you know, what, $30,000 in tax instead of 60. So it's still good. It benefits everybody. Jesus with the two, watching the left eat each other is always fun. Yeah, they don't know what to do right now, but I don't think that's gonna last, unfortunately.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Ah, shit. Daryl's on the 5. All the Yakuza games are leaving Goi Pass, and the Goi Pass brokies are complaining about it. It's been on Game Pass for 3 years now. Yeah, they could buy the games. God forbid. God forbid, dude. You could actually just buy the games you want to play. Blast radius with the 5 Democrats had help from the neocons controlled opposition. Why do you think the Democrats love the Lincoln Project crew? Well, the Lincoln Project is a fucking, you know, subversion group. It's Democrat funded. So they've never been a conservative group at all. It's one of those infiltration groups that tries to shift the Overton window. Where it's like, oh yeah, we're a conservative, you know, outreach group. But we believe in transing kids, so you should too. And then people are like, oh, I guess they're right, yeah. Well, if they're a conservative group and they think that it's a good thing, then obviously I should too, man. So, yeah, it's disgusting. Chronicle with the 2, finished Fear 1 for the first time. Too spooky for me, dude. It's a pretty cool shooter, though. I like Fear. And Cody Booth with 13 months. Griff, you stoked? Death Stranding 2 this summer? Oh, yeah, dude. I can't wait to never play it. Yeah, no, I will not be touching that dog shit. And the E-Man with the 5, time out, Jew throw. Alright.
You fucking cock. I know that's one of your favorite words, you right-wing asshole. Say, come on, cock. Ask real fucking questions.
All right,
cock.
awesome. Thanks,
and don't
nigga.
be
All
a
right.
fucking pussy because you're a bigoted asshole too. Fuck you.
Man. Yeah, I just don't, like, the thing that's crazy to me, man, is, like, if you truly are a black pill motherfucker, like, your ass should be trying to make as much money as humanly possible. Like, that's my, I guess, conclusion of the black pill, is you need to make as much fucking money as you possibly can, no matter what, by any means necessary. Like, that's what I feel like, should be the black pill's state of mind, given the state of the world, especially the Western world. Renadog with the 5, yes, you will be playing Death Stranding 2. Last one did well. I never finished the first one, so I can't play the second one.
All right, awesome.
I'll have
Thanks,
no
nigga.
idea
All
what's
right.
even happening. So many black pillars are lazy as fuck, though. Yeah, but that's the thing, is they're not truly black pilled then, because they're just sitting there enjoying the slop, dude. They're just sitting there enjoying the fucking slop, whether they want to admit it or not. They're not actually black-pilled. They just sit there and watch anime and play video games and watch YouTube videos and order Uber Eats and all that type of shit. So they're actually enjoying modern society while pretending to not to. Like, if you actually are black-pilled, bro, that's got to put, like, the fear of God in you. You're like, oh, shit, dude. I gotta actually fucking do something. Like, most of the, like, you know, doomer black pillars are actually just consumers, dude. They're like hipster consumers in a sense. A real black pillar was Dark City. That's right, man. Nah, black pillars are incels that never hang out or talk with women ever. Get your money up in the defense industry? I mean, you could do that, but it's not really easy to get into. I mean, unless you know how to program hypersonic missiles and shit like that, then you're probably not going to have much success in innovating there. Why am I such a miserable sod, Griffin?
Because there's nothing in life to look forward to anymore.
But nah, for real, there really isn't much to look forward to anymore. But nah, I wouldn't say I'm miserable. Oof. Get out of my apartment and go meet people? I leave my apartment every single day. I had no idea where I was rolling. It's pretty embarrassing that a dude in his 20s doesn't have a social life. Well, don't worry, I'll be in my 30s soon enough. Griff is a voluntary cell. Yeah, exactly. I go to the store once a week. That's right. You got tricked by a girl? Yeah, I gave all my money to Pokemon, dude. She told me that I was the only one. And then once she started getting my direct deposit, she cut me off. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like I can just random spawn friends either, so... I work remote, so I don't know. I don't know anyone in this area either, so I don't really know how I'm just supposed to magically be like, yeah, dude, friends, they exist. So, yeah, I don't really care. I don't need a social life. Like, what the fuck even is a social life anymore? You go out to a fucking bar, like, that's it? No thanks. I wouldn't even go anyway. Like, bro, like, let's put it this way. Like, somebody asked, like, hey, you want to go get drinks? Nope, I don't drink. Oh, you want to go get coffee? Nope, I don't drink coffee. So it's like, bro, all the shit. And then it's like anything popular culture-wise or sports or anything I can't talk about, so. Anything movie, TV show, sports, music, any of that shit, I don't pay attention to, so. Going to a meet-up event, that sounds like the gayest shit ever, bro. Like, yeah, let's go meet up with a bunch of whatever. Like, no, I'm not going to a random meet-up event. That's dumb. That's like saying join a club. Take the Hyundai to a car show? That's right, dude. I'll get it wrapped with fucking hentai shit so it stands out. Ooh. Join a Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, that's exactly how I want to spend my free time. Can't wait to roll with the dice, dude. It's almost my turn.
Dominate and defile.
Dude, that shield needs to fucking break if you shoot it for a certain amount of time. That is ridiculous. Since you support Trump, heard Tim Walz can kick your ass. Dude, I could kick Tim Wall's ass so fucking hard that he'd look like an even bigger retard than his fucking son. His Down syndrome ass kid would look more fucking normal than his ass. I could dude, I could knock the ever living shit out of Tim fucking Walz, dude. Are you kidding me? Is he actually saying that he can beat up Trump supporters? Like, bro. Holy fuck. Yeah, bro, I could rock his shit, no problem. Like, isn't he short as fuck, too? How tall is he? Height. There's no results. Whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter, bro. He's like fucking... He's like one of those flamer dudes, bro. He's one of those guys that would hesitate, and that's when you strike. Either that or he's one of those guys that would put every single bit of power he had into one fucking punch, and then would just, you know, completely open himself up. Okay, I see it. Yeah. I'll pull it up after this match. Yeah, yeah, bro. Tim Walls is a fucking retard. That guy is a freak, dude. It says that he's 6 foot. Okay, so yeah, he's probably 5'11" like me. I guarantee that's with shoes on. He probably wears risers. Yeah, isn't JD like 6'4" or something? Like, he's big. JD is tall. I know that. He doesn't look like he'd be tall, but he is. I don't really think JD's fat. He just has like that baby face. Like, JD has the baby face, and that's the problem. Is he's got like a lot of facial fat, even though he's not necessarily fat himself. So it makes him look like a kid. That's the problem, is it makes him look super fucking young. So you just associate that with small. Being extremely tall is a bad thing. You'll attract super... Oh no, dude. You'll attract women. What's wrong with that? That's like saying having a nice body as a woman is bad. Men will be attracted to you. I don't think anybody would be upset for being tall. Yeah, JD's not fat. He's not fat at all. It's just he has the baby face. He's got a lot of buccal fat. Which means he'll look super young going into his later years of life. But, you know, at the same time, it makes him look super young and almost childish in a sense. Nah, bro. The joke for hold on. It's something like, "Damn girl, are you from Tokyo? 'Cause I'm trying to get in Japanties." That's what you're looking for. I read that having a baby face is something that comes from behavior. No, it comes from your genetics. Why do you think women pay to get their buccal fat removed? Yeah, I still like my video game pickup line the best, man. "Damn girl, are you a video game? 'Cause I want to pick you up, take you back to my place, and stay up all night beating you." I still like my pickup line the best. Robert with a 7, can you watch? Yeah, we can probably check it out. I have those Slavic cheekbones, so people think I'm older than I actually am. Yeah, everybody still thinks I'm like in college, so. Like randomly when I go to get my hair cut, like once every few times, the woman who cuts it will be like, "Oh, are you back from school?" Like, no, not for the past 4 years. I think it's just because most dudes my age have, like, facial hair and shit. Like, every fucking guy, it seems like, is, like, obsessed with having a fucking beard nowadays. So, I think that's probably the reason for it. The only people who don't have beards are, like, students. Griffin misses his friends at college. No, not really. I was never really close with many people at college. I just, like, you know, casually interacted with people. I didn't really develop any deep friendships at college at all. Renadog of the 20s, show me your comprehension with this recap. I'm only looking for 2 answers. What is that? Oh god. Death Stranding full story explained. Oh boy.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Most guys look better without facial hair unless they're fat and have a double chin. Or unless they have one of those, like, weird light bulb shaped heads. Where it's like your jaw is so much skinnier than, like, your, I guess, skull. That's another one, too. Is if you have, like, kind of a fucked up facial shape. Or if you have a weak chin. Like the fucking, hey man, leave her alone, dude. A leafy chin? Nah, worse than that. Worse than that. Oh, there goes my controller. I just broke my controller. No, I didn't, but... It's back out of that game. Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that. Fuck. No, get out. There we go. Yeah, the Andrew Tate jawline's bad. The genetic fucking roulette wheel. Griffin must have a DSP hairline if he gets his hair cut by a woman instead of a true barber. Bro, I am not paying more than $20 for a haircut, so... Barber shops are a massive fucking scam. I'll get my hair cut for like 17 bucks and be fine. I'm not gonna waste money on a fucking barber shop where they charge you 50 bucks to sit in a fucking fancy chair and pretend like they're doing something different. So, I just go to like the chain places. I don't care. Genuinely. Nope, I don't like sports clips because I don't like sports. I go to like whatever the fuck, like great clips and that type of shit. I don't know. I don't actually know the name of the place I go. I just know it's near, you know, a shopping center I frequent, so I don't actually know the name. But yeah, I don't really give a shit. Yeah, I ain't black, so I don't have to spend more than like 5 minutes getting my hair cut, so it ain't no thing. I feel like barber shops are more of a black thing anyway, because they do so much shit to their hair versus, you know, us white people. Yeah, I gotta get my weave boiled. Yeah, all they do is just use like the electric trimmer. I get a 3 on the sides and the back. Takes like a minute. And then they just do like a scissor trim up top, and that's it. Like literally, I'm usually out in less than 10 minutes. I don't get my hair washed or any of that crap, so in and out. Painless. It's like 17 bucks, and then I tip like 5. So 20 something dollars. Easy, dude. And I only get it cut like once every 3 months anyway, because, you know.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Yeah, my hair's kind of long right now, but until it starts fucking with my ear, like when I put my headphones on, when the like individual hairs will go inside of your ear, like that's when I get it cut, because that gets annoying. But otherwise, I really don't give a shit. So the only people that see my hair is me, myself, and I. So. Doesn't really matter. It's not like I have to go into an office or anything where, you know, it would matter and you have to look presentable. So. And you got me fucked up if I give a shit about what I look like when I go to the gym, so. Yeah. This Asian lady was telling me that old white guys hit on them a lot. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the middle-aged white guy with the young Asian wife, you know, is a pretty common stereotype these days.
Special deployment ready.
Griffin gets his cut from Super Clip, maybe. I don't know what the name of the places I go to. It might be that. I have no idea. I've never paid attention to the name. I just know where it is. Oh, fuck. Oops. That was an L.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Most white dudes I know are in mixed relationships. What happened to purity? I don't know, bro. The problem is white bitches are so fucking annoying these days, so... I can't say I blame people, but... A lot of white women are just downright insufferable. So, you know. Let's see. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2 played the Pikmin series. I own it. I've never played it. It's a long list of game series I've never tried. And Run a Dog with the 10. You know me, my favorite game. I have to bring it up. It's universally agreed, even among folks that like Last of Us 2. Alright, I'll take a look at it in a second. Let's see. Alright, so I could deal with annoying ass Snow Bunny. Bro, I can't deal with annoying people in general. I don't have the patience for it. Like, this is how I know I'm an old man at heart. It's like I genuinely don't have a desire to deal with people that annoy me. Griffin just sits in his cabin in the woods, gaming and making money online. A recluse? Nah. I sit in my expensive ass apartment in the DC area. Gaming, working, and making money. Here, I'll pull this up real quick. So yeah, if they make a mod or whatever that changes the appearance to match Belloran, I could see them doing it, honestly. I could actually see them doing it. They did that to Spider-Mid with the Tom Holland retcon. So, who knows? Maybe they'll make Ellie look like that fucking freak. That shit would be scary. Yeah, the fucking disability settings. Now it really has accessibility options. You can play as a literal retard. Dude, I have like reverse zoom or whatever at this point. Like, I don't know. I have zero interest in playing like modern multiplayer games anymore. I mean, this is kind of an anomaly because it's like more of an old school 360 style multiplayer, but I don't know, bro. Like, the Zoomer fucking multiplayer games are just not appealing to me at all anymore. Which they never really did, to be fair. It was just Call of Duty, so. Like, I have zero desire to play Fortnite, Valorant, what else? Marvel Rivals. Like, I just don't give a shit about any of those games. Fucking soccer cars. I just don't give a shit. I'm just like kind of over the fucking you know, whole MLG mentality where every game is like a fucking full-time job where you have to like dedicate your life to even be remotely good at it. It's like, yeah, nah, I'm good. I don't really care about being good compared to a bunch of arbitrary retards on the internet. Yeah, I just don't have like a drive to be good at video games at all. Like, there's no like motivation or drive or excitement I feel for like being better at a game. It's like I really don't give a shit at this point. It's like, whatever. You don't have to unequip her materia, I think, but you have to unequip the equipment and gear. But the materia, I believe, goes back to your inventory. Now that Microsoft owns COD, they'll fuck up anything, especially the rumored Black Ops 2 remaster. Yeah, what's crazy is they're probably going to have a similar scenario where legacy COD games become way more popular than the new ones. So... COD fell off really fucking hard this year. Like, Black Ops 6 had a lot of momentum going into launch. Even post-launch, everybody was really liking it. And they completely shit the bed with it. They ruined the opportunity to do something. Like, the core gameplay was good, the map design sucked, and then, you know, the server issues and everything like that. It's just annoying.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Run a dog with a 5 so far. It's better for AI faces with games, Joel and Ellie, to avoid any dispute with real face. Yeah, exactly. Because you have to pay, you know, a large amount of money to use people's likenesses. Can't write for shit. Shit.
Special deployment ready. Releasing front
Shit. I was given a keyboarding class in 9th grade for some reason. And I don't remember it. How do you not remember how to use a keyboard? The fuck? You just type. That's like saying you forgot how to write or something, man. That's not good. How to type effectively and not just looking at the keyboard. The only way to do that is just to type while not looking. It's just muscle memory. So it's literally just muscle memory. So just practice typing with your hands on the keyboard without looking at the keyboard. I mean, most people don't actually type on a physical keyboard anymore anyway. Everybody just texts or uses a touch screen, so... I despise Griffin's clicky-ass keyboard. It makes me spurg. Then...
Give me monies!
And I'll buy a new one. Damn, bro. Apollo is out. The man is snoozing. It does make me kind of jealous, to be honest. It's like, damn. He gets to sleep all day, every day, as much as he wants. Must be nice. It's kind of crazy, though, on the nights I don't stream. If I go to bed at like 10 o'clock, I wake up naturally at like 5. So, you know, if I didn't stream, I would probably have a pretty normal sleep schedule and probably feel a lot better, but, you know. Oh, well. It do be like that.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Yeah, like today I did not want to wake up. Like I had, I guess, a very deep sleep last night. Like I was out. Like the second I laid down, pretty much, I fell asleep. And then next thing I knew, it was like 8 o'clock with my alarm going off. And I felt like, bro. It felt like I was almost like cemented in my bed. I did not want to move. Your depression? I'm sorry to hear about that, man.
I return, ready to take my vengeance. Rally point updated.
How many more years of streaming got in you before moving on from stream? I have no idea. I have no clue, man.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Deploy for combat.
60 years old? Hell nah. I'll be dead by then, dude. If everyone's depressed, are you really depressed? I guess not. Run a dog with the 10. Appreciate it. Just lost my celestial rank again. I'm ranting now. The AI face is far more intimidating. Alright, I'll take a look, man. But sorry to hear about your rank. That's pretty gay. I'm gonna become a gamer monk like Dreamcat. That's right, dude. And I'm gonna nab me a sick single mom. Oh, run a dog with the 10 again. Really appreciate it, man. This is from the Alien movie. We've seen it before. I don't care. Alright, that's fine. Take a look. Yeah, he did sell his gaming collection. Which, you know, fair play, right? I don't know why that thing's cutting out the audio after like the first second. It's really weird. Maybe I have to reopen the fucking Streamlabs web page or some shit. I don't fucking know. Isn't Griffin like 40? In my mind, yeah. I'm like a 40-year-old man. I basically skipped my 20s. No partying, no going out, no trips, nothing, so just straight to work, bro, like a 30-something-year-old in his early to midlife grind. I cheated myself out of having fun? Nah, not really. No clubs or hooking up even. Yeah, I've never stepped foot in a club. The only time I ever went to a bar was for a work function, so yeah.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Reporting permission.
Griffin's idea of fun is consumption. No, the most fun I ever have is when I'm making money. Like, that to me is the most satisfying and fun thing ever. Is when you're just, like, actively making money. Like, if you find something that you can buy and sell for a profit, or something like that. That to me is... that's fun. I don't like going to the beach. I don't like sports. I don't like popular media. I mean, it's just like... there's not really anything I enjoy doing. So... I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I don't enjoy going out. I don't drink. I don't party. So it's like... I don't personally feel like I'm missing out on anything. The only thing I feel like I'm missing out on is having a bigger, like, you know, living area. That's it.
Redeploying for combat.
Are you one of those guys that has no goal or passion other than just trying to bank money? Not right now. I don't really have any other goal other than to just make as much money as possible. But yeah, I wouldn't really say there's anything I'm like passionate about. There's not like any one activity I'm like super passionate about.
Support incoming brothers.
Nah, I don't really have the time or the interest in martial arts. I don't really have the time or the interest in them.
Fatality reported. Restored to combat redact logged.
Well, martial arts isn't for effectiveness. It's more so, as the name implies, a martial art. Like, it's a skill that you can learn. It's not a, you know, this is how you beat up somebody the most effective way type thing. I envy some of the normies. Many of them can be genuinely happy just being... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like a lot of normies can just literally shut off their brain and just be like fucking retards having fun with dumb shit. So, yeah, I do kind of envy that to a degree, but at the same time, I don't. Because it's like, ew, I don't want to enjoy those things. Claus Mister with the 50 pesos. Can someone explain to me why Flying Fish has Tom Dark... What? Ask me why the Flying Fish has Tom Dark gotten clipped being leaned back, his legs spread open, and him acting... What? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I have no clue what the fuck that's supposed to mean, Claus. Tim Marco with the 279. Jethro will link. Alright. Let's see. Here, I'll pull up these tweets real quick. Let's be honest, most women just care about money. If you're not like a ultra attractive dude, then yeah. Women, like men, are looks motivated first. Like, if you're like the Giga Chad phenotype or whatever, women don't care if you have money. But, yeah, if you're like a slightly above average to average looking dude, yeah, you basically need money if you want a shot with super attractive chicks. And let's see, Claus with the 20 pesos, Aquino Casino clip channel, use that clip as intro. Okay. When Griffin decides to get women, all that's going to be left are the 35-year-old single. Why would I look for a 35-year-old in general? That's stupid. The only reason to look for a 35-year-old is if you don't want to have kids. Which, personally, I would still like to have at some point. So, yeah, I'm not going to look for a 35-year-old. That'd be retarded as fuck. That'd be like going and buying milk at the grocery store, but somebody already dumped it all out. Just buying the empty carton, bro. I guess eggs would have been a better example, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Because you're going to be 35 by the time you start looking. Why do you... No, like... That's so fucking autistic. No, you don't have to look for 35-year-olds when you're 35. Why do I have to look for 35-year-olds as a 35-year-old person? That's dumb. You don't have to go, oh, this person's the same age as me. That means I can date them, dude. Like, no. You can go 10 years fucking younger at that point. Who gives a shit? If you got money, then you can definitely get away with it. Let's see. I can't stop thinking about Kaylee Spaney as Ellie. Yeah, it would have been a much better choice. Much better than that fucking thing. 100%. Instead of someone that actually looked the part, yeah, they picked this fucking cretin. It's nasty. They're also on the 2. Griffin thinks age of consent should be 12. That's right, I believe in the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, so actually, I think the age of consent should be 9. So, you know, I believe in the teachings of Islam. 9 years old, like the Prophet Muhammad advises us, should be the age of consent. Obviously.
I can't afford this shit!
Clause of the 20, Ellie has nothing going for her as a protagonist. Yeah, I don't like Ellie as a character. I only liked Last of Us 2, or not Last of Us 2, The Last of Us because of Joel. Like, I never walked away from The Last of Us thinking, oh my god, Ellie was such a good character. It's like, nope, didn't really like her as a character, didn't really care about her as a character. I only liked The Last of Us for Joel. See, Ellie Williams, The Last of Us Season 2, Last of Us Part 2. Look at that fucking thing, man. It's just pitiful. Dudes like this would literally fucking get on all fours and beg Neil to, like, unsheath his fucking circumcised cock into their mouth. And then, oh god. AC Shadow's discourse has always been so funny to me. DEI this, DEI that. The simplest example, or wait, explanation is almost always the correct one. And let me tell you, it wasn't DEI. Oh yeah, I'm sure, dude. Having a foreign plus native protagonist was just the easiest way to differentiate the game from Ghost of Tsushima. Yes, of course the fucking British person is defending brown people coming to their country and massacring the local population. Oops. Did I say that? Wow. Yeah, that is the typical leftist Britain for you. You know, import third worlders to massacre your native population and rape all the women. Wow. Who could have seen that coming from a Eurocuck? Imagine that. Imagine that, dude. The Eurocuck is literally A-OK with some fucking African coming into their country and massacring the natives. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Cultural enrichment at its finest. Jutro, Oski, Ferrix, OT, the pedophiles at the 20. Reminder, Yasuk was barely respected. Chester. Yeah, dude, he's literally a fucking clown, essentially. And at best, like a golf caddy. That's literally it. But no, he is honorable samurai.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Apparently only Yasuke can use guns in the game. Yeah, and he holds them sideways too. That's how he gets them to fire. The Japanese can't figure out how to use them, so Yasuke has to teach him to hold it sideways. Watch this.
Well, Rosie O'Donnell's disgusting. I mean, both.
Yeah, I think we've watched this before, but it's fine. Pause the music.
both inside and out. You take a look at her, she's a slob. She talks like a truck driver. Rosie attacked me personally
Looks like one,
because I was
too.
very happy when her talk show failed. The other thing that failed, and this was a real monster, and everybody was suing her, was her magazine. Her magazine called Rosie was a total disaster. So I loved it. I gloat over it. I think it's wonderful because I like to see bad people fail. Rosie failed. I'm happy about it. She's basically a disaster. Well, she called me a snake oil salesman. And, you know, coming from Rosie, that's pretty low because when you look at her and when you see the mind is weak. I don't see it. I don't get it. I never understood. How does she even get on television? I believe Barbara made a terrible mistake putting her on, and I think Barbara's probably paying a big price. If I were running The View, I'd fire Rosie. I mean, I'd look her right in that fat, ugly face of hers. I'd say, Rosie, you're fired. We're all a little chubby, but Rosie's just worse than most of us. But it's not the chubbiness. Rosie is a very unattractive person, both inside and out. Rosie's a person that's very lucky to have her girlfriend. And she better be careful or I'll send one of my friends over to pick up her girlfriend. Why would she stay with Rosie if she had another choice? She's trying to use ABC and The View to get even with me. But with me, we fight back. I'll probably sue Rosie because she doesn't tell the facts. As an example, I'm worth many billions of dollars. Now, she said I was bankrupt. I never went bankrupt. So probably I'll sue her because it would be fun. I'd like to take some money out of her fat ass pockets. I actually think they ought to look at her whole life and see where she's coming from because I think she's got some very deep-seated problems. Perhaps it should be Rosie that goes to rehab. Rosie is a loser.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't know how, like, the left, like, this the thing is, like, the lefties thought this was a massive own back in the day. Like, this was a huge, like, oh my god, Trump is misogynist. Like, bro, how do you not want to vote for this guy after hearing that shit? Bro's just spitting. Rosie O'Donnell is a fat, ugly, butch lesbian who is a massive leftist, essentially. That's all. She's nothing special. Just another dime a dozen shit lib that talks on TV. In the game, Yasuke bangs Oda Nobunaga's his master's sister. Oh yeah, he blacks the Japanese women too.
She, girl, you ain't never had BBC like this. You only had them little rice cocks. She.
Yeah, it's just pathetic, bro. It's absolute fucking pure degenerate filth.
Like, oh, it's not woke, dude. It's not woke.
Yeah, fuck off. Literally blacking the nobility of Japan. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, black the nobility of Japan. Totally would happen. I don't know why Ubisoft just doesn't make a game set in Africa. God forbid. But they know it won't sell because nobody fucking cares. So they have to shoehorn it into the one setting anyone actually gave a fuck about that they had left. Bro, saying ancient Egypt is Africa come on, bro. Like, oh my god. Yeah, Egypt is not representative of fucking Africa. It's like an outlier. Like, geographically, sure, it's in Africa, but Egyptians are not ethnically African.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
JTF, I will not have sex with you, dude. I'm not interested. What race were the ancient Egyptians? They were pretty close to, like, Mediterranean-ish whites. Like, the Pharaoh Ramses II, which is the Pharaoh from Exodus in the Bible. And also the most famous pharaoh, I guess you could say. He had like red hair, so yeah, he had like white European descent. He was ginger. So yeah, ancient Egyptians are believed to be pretty similar to like the ancient Greeks, genetically.
Reporting for mission. We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once. Intercepting projectiles. The tide of battle has turned in our favor. Ammunition restocked. Casualty confirmed.
Egypt is not white or even close. Yeah, not in modern days, but in ancient Egyptian times, yes, it was. Yeah, after like the Ottomans and all that shit, no, it's not anymore, but historically it was. The pharaohs of Egypt shared a very similar genetic makeup to those of, you know, Western Europeans, so... Griffin, give us some black history outside of America.
Our allies are halfway done. Brother, killed in action.
The only black history I know outside of America is that, you know, the Kingdom of Mali shit. That's about it. Black Panther. Nah, I'm proud to say I've never watched that movie. I've never watched that movie. Yeah, today Egyptians are more closely related to like Arabs and stuff, but not back in the day. Dude, I don't watch anything Marvel. Marvel's dog shit, so there's no point in watching anything Marvel related. It's just pure normie slop that, you know, should be ignored for the most part. Until eventually, hopefully it'll go away. This song is really addicting to listen to. I put on the loop version of this all the time.
Astartes, push for dominance.
Dude, the Aerith theme is unironically probably one of the best pieces of video game music ever written, hands down. But this isn't the Aerith theme, it's different.
Remain. Decimate them.
Well, this multiplayer is just very casual and easy to play while I talk at the same time, because you don't have to pay complete attention to it. I mean, I probably should if I want to do better, but, you know, I don't really care. I ain't going pro in Space Marine 2. JTF, I'm not gonna have sex with you, bro. I'm not interested. Yasuke Gaming is upon. Yeah, nah, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get it. I don't really have a desire to play Assassin's Creed. It's retarded to not play because he's black. Well, it's not just because he's black. It's also because it's Assassin's Creed, and modern Assassin's Creed sucks. But yeah, I don't really want to support a woke-ass game like Assassin's Creed Shadows. Literally played Life is Strange. Literally got paid to play Life is Strange. Is Apollo a fluff butt? Oh yeah, dude. Definitely. Yeah, we'll watch some reviews.
Redeploy for combat.
Oh shit. Fuck.
I return, ready to take my vengeance.
Fuck, I looked at the chat again and I killed myself. Does synth like fetch? Hopefully not, dude. Hopefully no one does. Have some standards.
Intercepting projectiles.
Oh my god, I double tapped too many times. Shit. It's because I was stunned. I pressed it twice.
Restored to combat.
Damn. 3 times in a row. Brutal. I reckon Griffin streams in a dress and makeup. Keep your gay fantasies to yourself, please. Same as Veilguard 82 meta. Yep, the woke slop handicap. If you make a woke video game, it automatically gets a score boost by at least 10 points.
Enhanced tactic ready.
Rally point updates and operation.
The whole fat positivity thing never made any sense to me. Being fat is never the goal. Well, they want you fat, sad, depressed, and easy to control, so.
Our allies are halfway done.
That's the entire point. The fatter, more depressed, unhealthy, lonelier you are, the more money they can make off of you long term, because you're eating more food, you'll need more health care, your clothes will cost more money, you'll be fucking sad and depressed, so you'll need, you know, more prescriptions. You'll waste money on frivolous consumer shit that doesn't actually, you know, bring you any joy or value. So it's all a vicious cycle. Run a dog with a 10. I'll take a look in a second. I'm a low energy clown. You keep saying that, PK. Maybe one day it'll be true.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
If I was actually a low energy clown, I would be in bed by now asleep. You gotta remember.
Glory is within our grasp.
If I was actually low energy, my ass would wake up for work in the morning, go to work, maybe fix dinner, take my dog out, and then go to sleep. So I actually do a lot every single day. Thank you very much.
Brother killed in action.
I work a full-time job for 8 to 10 hours a day. I go to the gym and I walk my dog for an hour or two every single night. And then I stream, so I'd say I have a pretty busy schedule.
Casualty confirmed. 3 minutes remain. Decimate them.
Yeah, I'm always tired, so if I'm playing something boring, it's gonna make me even more tired, so that's how it goes. Griffin is the obese dude with sweatbands at the gym. Yeah, but at least they're Gucci sweatbands. It's not good for your health long term. Oh well. I'll worry about it when I'm dead. I would probably have much better gains from working out and shit if I actually got proper sleep. That part is definitely true. Griffin actually sleeps most of the day and just makes money from existing. I wish, man. I wish I had one of those jobs where it's like you literally just send an email or something and then you're done for the day. That'd be awesome. Set up a gym in that room full of games and cards. Yeah, there you go. I can make a home gym when I get my own place. And then I'll just put all my Gooner cards on the wall for motivation. Be like, yeah, dude. I could totally tap this anime bitch if I just do another fucking rep. Hell yeah. Be jacked in no time? Yeah, jacked off constantly. How high is my testosterone? I have no idea, man. I don't even know the last time I've ever had blood work done, to be honest, so I have no clue. Oops. Let's see. I'm just getting stuff open up. Alright, let's see. So, white glamour model Martina Big, 36, who identifies as black after having tanning injections, announces plan to move to Africa. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Ew. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. So that's what she looked like before? Dude, that's brutal. Big picture before using the injections. 36 and her husband, Michael, both inject melatonin. Or melanotin? a synthetic hormone to darken their skin, and have faced fierce backlash over the years from those who insist they'll never be black. Bro, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god. That's actually fucking weak, bro. Shit's crazy, man.
You got to respect people you disagree with, even, and you can't just dismiss people. This
How do you
notion
fight it?
And well, this notion
I think
of
I could kick most of their ass. I do think that if they wanted to. I know I can outrun them, but I don't.
Yeah, that's right, you fucking queer. I want to see you try, Timmy. Square up, bitch. That's just pitiful, bro. Does he really think he comes off as a tough guy? Like, does he really think he's fucking tough? Like, dude, you are literally a fucking gay man living a lie, and everybody knows it.
I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here, type of thing. Counter
but
with
it's a natural reaction. I think it's one of the reasons we're losing so many men. And again, it's multi-ethnic. It's not just white men. We're losing them. We're losing them to these guys online. We're losing them to people that I'm bringing on this podcast as well. That's why I brought.
These are bad guys, though. These are bad guys.
But they exist, and we could deny they exist.
Who are bad guys, Timmy? You? Who are these bad men that you're so afraid of?
They exist. Not only they exist, they persist, and they're actually influencing young kids every single day.
How do we push some of those guys back under a rock?
How do we push you back under a rock, you fucking freak? I didn't know you existed until this election cycle, and I wish it would have stayed that way. Let's see. Juthro, Oski, Ferrix, OT, the pedophiles of the 20 pesos. White guilt's final boss for white women. It'd be like, dude, it's really sad, honestly. I don't know why you would feel guilty about being white. That's like being upset that you won the lottery or some shit, right? Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't understand, like, this obsession with, like, fucking, you know, like, oh my god, I have to basically make my race my entire identity. It's fucking retarded. Across the board, man. People are way too obsessed with shit they can't fucking change. Just move the fuck on and live your fucking life. I really don't get it. It's a mental illness, dude. Literal fucking mental illness.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, this is the guy that can beat you up. Hey, look at him, bro. Dude, the thing I don't get is, like, why would you be Gavin? Like, okay. Tim Walz, I understand why he's, like, a leftist fucking cuck, okay? This dude, like, look at him, bro. His, physiogeny, it's, like, literally disgusting. He's a putrid white blob. Like, he is the epitome of the white people age like milk meme. Like, look at him, bro. He's, like, just pitiful. But why would you look like Gavin Newsom, for example, and want to be a lefty? Like, that's what I don't get, bro. It's like, why do you want to be like a hardcore leftist when you're like a normal-looking person? It doesn't make sense. Like, I understand people who are repulsive being leftists and shit, but guys and girls that are like normal-looking or better, why would you want to be like this fucking weird freak that caters to the fucking circus? It doesn't make any sense to me. At all. Renadog with the 5, those eyes. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, I've seen this.
And these people will stop at nothing. And yes, the Russians helped them last time. The Russians are helping them now. And you cover the White House, you know that the
Yeah, Bill's like, God fucking damn, I hate this bitch.
White House has said, don't brief the Congress. Don't even tell them in classified settings what the Russians are doing this time. And these people will stop at
Dude, he just wants to, you could just tell he wants to strangle her.
nothing. And yes, the Russians helped them last time. The Russians are helping them now. And you cover the White House, you know that the White House has said, don't brief the Congress. Don't even tell them in classified settings what the Russians are doing this time. And these...
Oh my God, it's just pitiful. Nah, Newsom's not a centrist, though. Like, that's the thing, is like, he would be extremely popular if he actually was, but he's a hardcore lefty. I just don't understand being a leftist if you're not a fucking freak. Honestly. I don't get it. Like, why would you ever be in favor of fucking Troons? Why would you even want to look at those disgusting abominations? Like, it makes no sense to me. Like, I feel like you should have some sort of superiority complex if you're normal. Like, being repulsed by freak shows should be normal. Uh, 2023, Perfect Dark with the 10. Finally paid off my cybersecurity class. It was like 17K. Got 2 more months left, then I'm completely done. Time to look for an entry-level job. Goal to buying house in Japan is getting close. Oh, yeah. I mean, luckily you don't need that much money to buy a house in Japan because there's a bunch of abandoned real estate because of the aging population. But very nice, man. Hopefully you can get there sooner rather than later. But really appreciate it. And let's see, Claws with the 20. I have chicken arms and I could beat the fuck out of him. Yeah. He's an old fuck, dude. He'd be easy as shit to knock down. Alright, if this is just like, alright, subtitles and shit. We are definitely going to speed this up. And then we'll watch the Yakubian Samurai reviews.
This is Death Stranding. To some, this is a 40-hour walking simulator, and to others, it's a unique insight into the evolution of
It is a walking simulator.
mankind and the impending destruction of the world. It's story time once again here on PlayStation Grenade. Here's Death Stranding in a nutshell.
Renadog with a 5. He's disgusted to the point. Crawled in a corner, but he can't stand her. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, I remember the story of when she lost. He was so pissed off because she was bitching him out on the phone that he chucked his phone into the lake.
Death Stranding opens up with key parts of the law. Acid rain is falling, but this rain does more than burn. It ages anything it touches. They call this time fall. Anyone caught out in the rain without protection will age in a matter of seconds. Scary stuff. Those that do venture out eat these things, the only other living organisms in the world, cryptobiotes, which slightly alleviate the effects of timefall and assist in maintaining correct blood levels. Yeah, that does sound weird, so here's a better way to sum all that up.
A cryptobiote a day keeps the timefall away.
Because of the weather conditions, nobody ever leaves the hub bunker cities of the world, giving rise to the porters, people brave or stupid enough to walk to each location in the USA, dropping off supplies and parcels. One of these transporters is none other than Sam Porter Bridges, our hero of the story, whose first mission is to take medication.
What a retarded name, bro. Sam Porter Bridges, like, I hate Kojima's naming convention.
To the President of the United States herself. Easy to follow so far? Well,
yeah, Madam President. We knew who Kojima wanted to win.
let's add to this. Over the last 49 years, strange anomalies have occurred, allowing tar-covered dead beings to return to the land of the living, from crabs to humanoid shapes to whales to whatever the heck this thing is. The lore tells us that these are BTs, or beached things, which is quite literal. Dying in this world leads to a limbo-like place, which so happens to be a beach, which traps the dead before the afterlife. So it's literally like a purgatory. And wouldn't you have guessed it, in our first jaunt into the new world, Sam encounters a crew tasked with burning bodies. This process is imperative, as dead beings left to fester for too long will necrotize and become BTs. But the fumes of burning bodies is so toxic, it can only be done at a modern-day crematorium. So Sam helps the guys out, and the black stuff hits the fan, as this mysterious man appears to summon BTs. The crew realise this is the end, and attempt to kill themselves before the BT can. But what's with all this hurry-carry? Well, let's see what happens if a BT consumes a human being. Everything goes boom. This is called a void out, and that's the end of the game. Thanks for watching. Well, luckily, Sam has a superhuman ability, as he can survive death. He is a repatriate. He simply finds his body, and he's back. We don't understand the baby inside him at this point, but we will at the end of the video. So let's crack on. Sam makes it all the way to the president, and another bombshell hits us. President Bridget Strand.
Oh no, dude, not Hillary.
Is in fact Sam's mother. Bridget is on her deathbed, quite literally. Death Stranding likes to hit you in the face with these metaphors for 40 hours straight. President Strand's last wish is to reconnect the United States, and then dies while she poorly convinces Sam to help her out. Sam is immediately tasked with carrying his dead mother to the local incinerator, but we've already seen why this is a great idea to do ASAP. So Sam burnt his mother's carcass, and was also instructed to incinerate a BB unit he was given in the field. This thing has a real baby locked inside a false womb. Long story short, they found that removing a child from a mother who had passed away, aka a still mother, gives the baby the ability to see both the living and the dead, making BB units imperative to spotting BTs. This unit is
fucking stupid. Like, this is just pure exposition slop, dude. It's like nonsensical for the sense of being nonsensical. Let's see. Clause of the 20. So Kojima is a eat the bugs man? Yeah, basically. I mean, he had to sell his soul to, you know, the Hollywood leftists in order to get a chance to make a movie, so...
broken, so Sam is told to toss it in the garbage, but just before he does, BTs show up, and Sam uses the faulty BB unit to escape the area unharmed. Sam and his new partner return to HQ, and Sam still isn't convinced about reconnecting America, so the game hits us with this. Sam's sister, Amelie, who just so happens to have been kidnapped on the other side of America, and he must save her, and in turn, she will then be the next Donald Trump. I mean, she will be the next president. But for all this to happen, Sam must first reconnect America. Something sounds fishy here. Long story short, Sam agrees begrudgingly, but not for America. He's doing this for his favourite sister, Amelie. And FYI, the criminal unit that took her away are none other than the homo...
Oh my god, my big brother button's not working. What the fuck? Run a dog with the 2 so far. This is not the answer. What do you mean?
Oh, demons. You can make your own joke there. Led by the guy we saw earlier who can control BTs. Happy days. So off Sam trots on his adventures using a piece of kit known as a Cupid to reconnect cities in the US. Kinda like a
the Cupid, dude.
Futuristic internet known as the chiral network. No joke, this is what you do for 30 hours. Yeah, it's not a game for everyone, but let's skip all that. As the game continues, we slowly uncover details about the world. Some people have a condition called dooms, which allows them to travel to beaches. Remember, that's the in-between life and death limbo sort of place. Sam has class 2 dooms, which allows him to repatriate, and also he can sense when BTs are around, and any that touch him cause this rash to spread around his body. Due to this, Sam does not touch anyone. He hates physical contact. Higher levels of dooms allow sufferers to use the beach to instantly travel around the world. One such person who has this is Fragile, who's a French repatriate, and also he can sense when BTs are around, and any that touch him cause this
I just want to hear what the fuck
rash to spread around his body. Due to this, Sam does not touch anyone. He hates physical
So if someone touches him, he gets a rash? Oh my god.
Contact. Higher levels of dooms allow sufferers to use the beach to instantly travel around the world. One such person who has this is Fragile, who's a French transporter who has an English name but speaks with American vernaculars. All this is summed up with her catchphrase.
I'm fragile. But not that fragile.
The highest levels of dooms allow sufferers to summon and control BTs. The higher the level of dooms, the bigger the BTs. So everything is pointing straight back to that mysterious figure. A really cool thing happens from this moment forwards. Every time Sam reconnects with his BB, they share a memory together of BB's past. Visions of BB's father loving his child stuck in his little chamber. We'll get back to that, but just remember these happen a lot, and these are always positive. Midway through Sam's journey, he finally meets the Golden Masked Man, who reveals himself as Higgs. And like usual, he delivers a bad guy monologue before gifting us with a boss fight. Here's another weird-ass piece of lore to remember. The weapons used to defeat BTs use Sam's blood. Something within Sam allows every secretion to be used as weaponry. So yeah.
Shit.
That includes your urine and poop. Weird. Just go with it, alright? So I've introduced Fragile without going into depth, so let's do that now. Fragile is seen as a terrorist by most people in the game. This is because she was responsible for transporting a bomb into a city, causing a void out just outside. But in a clever piece of narrative symmetry, we experience the same situation moments prior to being told this. Higgs attempts to trick us into blowing up a safe house, but luckily we threw the bomb in the Black Sea and saved everyone. Which allowed Fragile to explain what happened when she carried a bomb.
I followed a delivery truck and somehow managed to carry the bomb to safety. But Higgs had been on to me from the start. He caught me red-handed outside the gates, Nuke still cradled in my arms like a child.
Fragile was caught by Higgs attempting to get the original bomb out of the city. To punish her for disobeying him, he gave her a choice: to run and save herself from the imminent void out, or take the bombs far away from the city and be a hero. She chose the latter, but there was a caveat to Higgs' punishment. She must run through Timefall unprotected. He gave her a mask to save her face, but the rest of Fragile wasn't so lucky. It withered and became old, making those microbiotes she's always eaten.
Ew. So she has a granny body? Yeah, now Kojima has a fucking granny fetish, I guess.
So much more important to her.
You are a goddamn hero. He did the right thing.
Without a moment to catch our breath, the next random action takes place. A sudden whirlwind-like storm picks up Sam and sends him back, you ready for this, to World War I. I promise I'm not making this up. The entire segment is a boss fight against Clifford Unger, the man we saw in our BB dreams. But this Clifford is hell-bent on regaining his BB and has a gang of Skeletors to help. Luckily though, Sam is a badass and kills Clifford just in time for the storm to end and bring him back to the present day. Now back in present tense, Sam finds out he was gone for merely a few seconds and not the hours he thought he was there.
Sam, do you read me?
Next, our Sam meets Mama, a brilliant scientist who is trapped in one room for the rest of her life. And here's why. Yep, she has a child who's a BT, but somehow they are still connected by the umbilical cord. In a gruesome flashback, it is revealed during a void out, Mama, who was heavily pregnant, was trapped under rubble for days and gave birth via incomplete C-section while simultaneously being crushed to death. Somehow this harrowing event gave her the ability to see her own child.
What in the fuck?
And keep her here in the living world instead of the beach. Mama informs Sam about a brilliant scientist he needs to go visit, Lochner. But get this, they are twin sisters. So off Sam trots to visit Lochner, but she simply doesn't trust him. Sam tries to reunite the sisters to show how trustworthy he is, but Mama just simply won't leave her child. After hours and hours of procrastination, Mama creates a weapon which cuts umbilical cords, allowing the undead to finally reach the afterlife and leave the limbo beaches. The first BT they try this on is Mama's baby, and yeah, I cried a little bit here. After another Higgs boss fight, Mama is strapped to Sam's back and they go to find her sister. But when they arrive, Mama is revealed to have died giving birth, but her connection to her twin sister and the tie to her dead daughter kept her in this land of the living. Now that the siblings are back together, Mama dies. But for reals is this time. They were in fact conjoined twins at birth and had such a close bond they could speak to each other with entire states between them. The story heavily suggests that they are in fact one person split into two bodies, and this is embodied by the moment Lochner blinks and the eye colour of both siblings are revealed. Before we can get our head around all this, Sam's BB is taken away from him. He is getting so close to his bridge baby that he named the little bugger Lou. And that's when we get to know this guy, Deadman, a person made up from a blend of stem cells and dead individuals. The game sort of glosses over this, but it's implied that he's some sort of Frankenstein creation. Deadman tells Sam that
Yeah, that's kind of ironic. The guy who's made of stem cells has a very particular look.
his BB is too close to the land of the living and will soon become a real baby and immediately die in a few days. To stop this, he must perform an operation. So Sam reluctantly agrees. Sam goes back out into the world without a BB, which makes it far more difficult, by the way, with our magic necklace reconnecting the United States of America internet. And now we can finally have our baby back. We meet Deadman on a mountaintop covered in snow, but we shall not question how this big lad got all the way up here. I mean, it took a fully trained porter 3 days. Oh well, video games, I suppose. Before Sam can see Lou, another chiral storm sends Sam, BB, and Deadman back to World War II this time, yet again to face Clifford Unger. During the war sequence, Deadman gives back BB, and during the final battle with Clifford, Sam snatches his dog tags, and suddenly, we're back in the real world again. Deadman explains his weird stem cell Frankenstein thing, but the real information comes from those dog tags, which allow us to understand Clifford's past. A former military captain who served in many wars. He was so good at what he did, he never lost a man in battle. He always brought them home. So Clifford may be a military badass trying to gun us down, but his heart is in the right place. Next up, Sam transports Mama's body to Hartman. First, we should note that Mama's body is not necrotizing, and that's why Hartman wants to run tests on her. So Sam climbs up another snowy mountain and meets Hartman, but he's already dead. But not for long. So how the hell do we explain this one? Hartman dies every 21 minutes, due to a complication with his heart, which is literally...
Oh my god. It's just like, there's no... This is just fucking retarded, man. This shit is just fucking retarded.
Heart-shaped, by the way. Hartman undertook surgery. Mid-operation, the area lost...
People call this a fucking masterpiece. It's just insanity. Like, I feel like people are just so brain-rotted off of slop content that when they get something that's, like, purposely not just cookie-cutter slop, they're like, oh my god, dude, it's amazing. It's a masterpiece.
power due to a void out, killing Hartman. He spent the next 21 minutes back on the beach with hundreds of people who died in the same moment. He watched on as his wife and child walked into the sea, but before he could rescue them, the power came back on in the hospital, resuscitating him. He was dragged back into the land of the living. Hartman's life changed that day, and now he would happily give his life to find his family on the beach. So every 21 minutes, he allows himself to die to give himself 3 minutes on the beach. He's so devoted to his family, he's died almost 250,000 times, but cannot find his loved ones yet. Quick, we should lighten the mood. Along with Mama's body, Sam also...
He's died 250,000 times. So how old are these fuckers?
wittingly brought along with him his mother's umbilical cord. Yeah, it's weird, just go with it. From Mama's body and the umbilical cord, Hartman proclaims he understands what's going on, which is good, because nobody else understands what the hell is going on. Basically, chiralium can be found in Mama's body, which is why she is not necrotizing. And chiralium is in Bridget's umbilical cord, which allows her to go to the beaches. But Bridget is OTT, it's off the charts. Sometime later, Hartman deduces that Bridget, get this, is an extinction entity, and things get really messed up now. How did the dinosaurs die out? That would be by an extinction entity. What happened to Neanderthal man? Yep, you've guessed it, they died via an extinction entity. Well, Death Stranding tells us there has been 5 extinction entities in the history of the world, and all have failed because something survived. In the current world, only human beings and cryptobiotes have survived to this point. Oh, and by the way, the 5 flying figures you see throughout the game, those are the previous extinction entities watching on. I thought that was a pretty cool touch. Hartman then hits us with the facts. It's highly likely that Amelie is the next extinction entity. So be prepared. Armed with this new information, Sam finally crosses America and reconnects everyone. Huzzah! Hooray! But it's short-lived because Higgs arrives and admits to secretly helping us complete the network. So he can do this, brainwash Amelie into merging all the Nimble Beaches together via the chiral network Sam literally just finished. And then he'll wipe out humanity in the 6th extinction. Sam is quickly thrown into a huge boss fight against this thing. He takes it down, of course, because he's a badass. Higgs manages to escape and takes Amelie with him. GG's on the butt slap physics here. I'm impressed. But he tells Sam exactly how to find him on the beach, and then mortally wounds BB. This little guy won't survive this. Fragile uses her spiky coat and insta-travel skills to get Sam to the beach, and then we have an epic face-off between Sam and Higgs, resulting in some slow-motion face punches, Mortal Kombat style. Beautiful. Sam wins the epic battle of the ages, and he's done it. Defeated Higgs and saved the world. He gets the girl. This must be the end. And can I just comment on the weird tension between Sam and his sister? It doesn't look like brother-sister love. It's really strange. The last time I ran with my sister across a beach, I pushed her into the sea. But anyway, the final Death Stranding has been averted. Everyone lives happily ever after. Roll the credits! Oh, wait, there's loads more to get through. Whew, we're still growing. Amelie decides to come clean about everything, but yet again, before we can get the real truth about things, something else happens. Over the next hill on the beach is none other than dead President Bridget, joined by her second-in-command Die Hardman. Can we all agree that name is ridiculous? And then Clifford walks out of the sea. By the looks of things, all the beaches are beginning to converge, as Higgs proclaims. And then yet again, before we get answers, Amelie throws Sam off a cliff to repatriate back to the land of the living. Sam awakes in a safe house, and is told to walk all the way back to the beginning of the game. I'm being serious, yes.
What a sick fucking joke.
All the way back across America to get answers. So, of course we did it, because after 35 hours, we all want closure. Sam must bring back cryptobiotes for Fragile, who is almost dead after using her powers to fast travel everyone except Sam. Video game logic. On the way back, Sam must avoid unreal amounts of BTs in the worst time fall imaginable, only to be hit with another storm. This time, he is sent back to the Nam, to Vietnam, to face Clifford and the Skeletors one last time. After besting him, we get hit with some more truth bombs. Are you ready for this? As we suspected, Clifford is a great man, a war hero, a loving father to BB, and after his wife fell ill, he was told by his old friend his son BB was going to be taken away and he would never see him again. Die Hardman gives Clifford 5 minutes to escape. Clifford then decides to kill his own wife to sever the link and took BB, but sadly, his plan failed badly. Shot by security, Clifford was dying and took BB in his arms, removing the pod to hold his son for the first and last time. As time froze, Sam realised the baby was him. Sam was the BB Clifford had been searching for. Of course, these loving moments are usually followed with grief, and yeah, it happens here. President Strand comes in.
Dude, it's so cringe. This shit is so fucking retarded.
And orders Die Hardman to kill Clifford. Die Hardman couldn't pull the trigger, so Bridget helps. They didn't realise that baby Sam was taken out of the pod, and the bullet killed both Clifford and baby Sam. Guilt-stricken, Bridget went to the beach to resuscitate Sam, making him a repatriate in the process. Now outside the pod, President Strand decided to raise him as her own son. Little did she know that going to the beach to rescue Sam would in fact allow all dead beings to rejoin the living world. She unwittingly started the Death Stranding. So the scar we saw early on now has a key meaning. Can Sam stop the final stranding, the extinction event to end all extinction events? He travels to the beach to talk to his sister, but then we get another shocking twist. Bridget and Amelie are not mother and daughter like we first thought. They are in fact the same person. Due to her cancer, Bridget's soul was not whole with her body, making 2 parts of the same being. As her body...
This is so fucking retarded, man. It's just... This is why I hate Kojima stories. It's like, oh yeah, dude, let me just make it so convoluted and retarded that no one will ever see it coming, and then people will be like, whoa, dude, I never knew this was gonna happen. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's fucking purposely obfuscated to the point where no normal human being would ever be able to figure it out because you don't fucking tell anyone what's happening. This is so fucking retarded. Yeah, this is pure Kojima slop, bro. Pure fucking Kojima slop. Let's see. Clause of the 50 pesos. The beach subplot was literally ripped out of Fatal Frame 3's main plot. Literally the same trope. What the flying... Dude, that's all Kojima does, is takes a bunch of random shit, slaps it together from other people's work, and then calls it his own.
Body withered, Bridget told everyone of her daughter to hide this fact, which also explains why Amelie only appears as a holographic form in the real world. And now the final decision. Amelie allows Sam to decide the fate of the world. Kill her and...
Then how did Soy Baker's character spank her ass earlier?
Give humanity more time to live, or let the final stranding happen. Tough choice, but I personally let the world burn and let her walk into the sea. Oh, you can't do that. It isn't a choice after all. You cannot kill Amelie. Instead, Sam must hug his sister, his mother, whatever she is now. This moment of compassion is the only thing preventing extinction. Amelie doesn't want to destroy humanity, but she knows it's her only purpose in life. I mean, she previously begged Sam to kill her to stop Armageddon. So ultimately, she doesn't want to kill everyone, I think. Sort of. So she decides to stay on the beach for as long as she can, but reminds us that the sixth and final extinction will happen. It's inevitable.
Sam, I am the beach.
And then the credits roll again. We finished! Yeah, you know we haven't finished, really. Sam is...
I see you don't have a lifeguard here at your beach.
Literally pulled from the beach by all his friends he's made on this adventure so far. FYI, they use the umbilical cord and other items to access the beach. From here, Die Hardman removes his mask and becomes the new president of the United States. And after the press conference, he
Barack Obama, let's go, baby.
Breaks down in front of Sam, explaining how he shot the man he loved, Clifford. That's platonic love, by the way. Don't read too much into that.
No, it's not. It is not platonic love. They're gay for each other. Kojima has already hired a fucking Looney Tune to star in his next game, so nope. Nope, it's not. Absolutely fucking gay.
Sam hits Die Hardman with this line.
Nobody wants a president who acts like they're immortal. And if you're not scared of death, how can you value life?
It's a pretty good line to say to a president. Finally, disaster strikes. Lou is proclaimed dead. The BB we loved for so long is no more. And Sam must retrace his steps from the first mission of the game and incinerate his baby to prevent another void out.
Come on, Lou. One last delivery.
In a show of compassion, Deadman removes Sam from his binds to the UCA, allowing Sam to remove Lou from the chamber without breaking the law. Which of course he does, and tries to resuscitate Lou one last time. And guess what? It failed! No, I'm kidding, he did it. Lou is a real baby, all naked and cold. The pair go outside and feel real rain once again, without the fear of timefall. And to end this story, Lou is actually revealed to be a girl. So little Lou is actually little Louise. Now disconnected from the chiral network, Sam is free to live his life with his daughter. And that ends Death Stranding.
Louise.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, let me just make up a bunch of random shit and everybody will think I'm a genius. Holy fuck. Oski the 2, I woke up from an awesome nap and this is what I see. Yeah, so basically it's a story about incest. Got it. It's just fucking weird, man. Very fucking weird. Pure Kojima slop.
I can't afford this shit!
The plot just exists for a bunch of cool visuals. So yeah, exactly. It's pure exposition. That's what I've always said about Death Stranding. It's not a fucking game. It's a visual experience. Death Stranding would be better if you took out all the gameplay. And that is an absolute fact. Death Stranding would be better as a video game movie/TV series. Like rendered in engine than an actual game. So, Renadog, what were the 2 questions that I was supposed to get? So it says, show me your comprehension with this recap. I'm only looking for 2 answers. What were the 2 questions I need the answers to, though? Yeah, it's just the glazing in the comment section, bro. Bro, what the fuck are these thumbnails? Jesus Christ. It's getting out of hand nowadays. Alright, let's see. Brutally honest review.
The original Assassin's Creed came out almost 20 years ago, back in 2007. And in that almost 2 decades, I have played every one of the games. I've loved a lot. I've kind of hated a lot. I've even dressed...
Bro, what the fuck? Okay. I was not expecting that, but alright. There we go. Ragey Boar with a 5, mute Brit since Kalua's not here. Alright. I was not expecting that. Holy shit.
Up as Assassin's Creed characters at conventions and stuff like that. I really appreciate what this series has been trying to do. The idea of different cool settings, from the first days of America to the battles of Vikings, all the way through the Crusades and stuff like that. I've really appreciated the strange historical fiction they've been building up. But ever since the very, very start, a lot of fans have been begging them to go to Japan. And I think it's obvious why. I mean, feudal Japan is an era with beautiful art, gorgeous lands, and lots of stuff like samurai and ninjas running around. So it seemed like such an easy choice. And here it is. We finally got it.
How exciting,
I beat Assassin's Creed Shadows, and as a fan, it isn't as great as I hoped. But let's...
Yeah, no
You
shit.
shut the fuck... Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Renadog with the 10. Norman isn't gay in the game at all. I know that he's not gay. The black guy was gay. He's lip-locking a chick from the game. The beach is the time difference. That's why Mads Mikkelsen's throughout the through the baby you can carry was his son. But it was Yeah, no, I got that. I got that part. But yeah, I know that Norman Fetus is not gay. It was the black guy and then the other dude. Mads Mikkelsen. They were gay. Or at least the black guy was gay for him. I don't know.
Dig into the good, the bad, and the ugly. Hey there gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and this is my brutally honest review. If you could please give this video a like, it really does help out in the algorithm, so subscribe if you haven't. But let's start by talking about the story, because one of the biggest departures from other Assassin's Creeds is that both of our main characters in this game are playable, but incredibly different in how they play, how they talk, how they're motivated. Naue, she's a classic style assassin, the blade in the darkness, a person that can do instant takedowns and, leaps of faith and stuff like that. Whereas Yasuke, he was once a slave. He was brought to Japan by the Portuguese and ends up being...
He still is in the game, if we're talking about historically accurate, depictions.
The personal samurai for famous warlord Nobunaga Oda. Now, in order to explain a lot of the problems I have with this, we got to talk about the story, because while there are amazing moments of burning forts and cool takedowns and stuff, my big problem that I think drastically hurts this game is, weirdly, the size of it, there is some good stuff in it, but it is spread so incredibly thin by stuff that does, sadly, kind of feel like filler. The entire Tale of Shadows.
Imagine that, a modern Assassin's Creed gaming filled with a bunch of useless shit.
If you're trying to beat it, you're actually focused on just reaching the ending credits as fast as possible, it can easily take you 50, 60, even 70 hours for a clean, focused run of the main quests.
So it's another Valhalla, a bloated fucking slog fest that gets worse and worse the longer you play it.
At the start of the game, we see the background of both of our heroes, how Yasuke comes to Japan and how Naoe loses her village. It gets burned to the ground by this army.
I thought he was gonna say virginity. Never mind, bro. My mind's in the gutter right now. I heard and how Naoe loses her, and I was like, oh god.
Army that's trying to take over Japan. Now, when we see these people kind of set free, when they're set out here seeking vengeance, we learn that the group that is behind a lot of the battles and bloodshed that are kind of wrecking Japan right now is a group called the Shinbakufu. These are masked murderers that are seemingly connected to maybe the Assassin's Creed Order or to the Templars, but we really don't understand how. So here's the part that felt incredibly odd by me.
Yeah, Griffin gooning. That's fair.
Which is that for the first 15 hours of the game, I only played as Naoe. She's the only playable character for the entire opening of the game. And in a lot of ways, she feels like
the bait and switch.
Main character. At least that's kind of how it felt. So if you're noticing that there's mostly gameplay of her throughout this video, it's because, honestly, I liked playing as her more, I liked her story more, and she kind of feels like the focus of the tale. At the beginning of
so wow, the black character is an obvious token forced insert. Shocking! Wowie zowie, dude! Who would have guessed that the game set in feudal Japan, the fucking token black is the fucking shoehorned in character that doesn't actually have any sort of real relevance to the story. Shocking. I don't think anyone would have seen that coming.
The game as you open up and you...
I mean, it's almost like that's the definition of a token character.
Village, everything's been torched, the ninja clan has been butchered, and you want some vengeance. You want to settle the score. So she writes a kill list. She wants to take down, to unmask, and destroy each member of the Shinbakufu. But these people, in order to take them down, it takes some recovery. The opening of the game...
Shinbakufu?
I feel like they do such a good...
That sounds like fucking Chinese, not Japanese.
...good job of seeing Naoe try to learn to talk, to fight, to walk, to live again after not only losing her family, but being so badly hurt by the destruction of her village. And so I feel like this first 10, 15 hours, you really get a good grasp of Shadows and how big this game is. But it starts to kind of fall apart once it opens up.
Yup, it's Valhalla. It's literally Valhalla. The first 10 hours of Assassin's Creed Valhalla are great. And then it just gets worse and 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 worse. And then you're just ready for that fucking shit to be over with. You're like, oh my god, how much fucking longer is this stupid fucking game, man?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Run a dog with a 10. It's just like Hartman in the game. He dies every few minutes, even though his wife and kids died years ago. To find them crossing the beach, hell and heaven and earth, time flows differently. But that doesn't explain how he's been dead, 250,000 times or whatever it said in the video. So I'm guessing they have a non-human lifespans in that world or whatever.
Everything becomes freeform, it really gets hurt by the storytelling because this is what they call non-linear story. Now, what that means is that...
Non-linear story. Here we go.
You have an objective board. You get a list of all your different targets. It's a series of quest chains. Each leader has a set of objectives to figure out who they are, what their weaknesses are, and when best to strike. So that's pretty cool. It's stuff like...
Wow, it's the cult system again that does absolutely nothing.
if you figure out that one guy's in charge of the commerce of the kingdom. You can upset his supply lines and forge manifestos. You can sneak into his base and take him down. There's a lot of interesting build-up to each of the targets, but what I feel like absolutely does not work is that it makes it where the story is not tight or clean. It makes it where, because everything feels so incredibly disconnected...
Yeah, it's not tight like nowadays Japanese pussy, dude.
Since you can take down the targets in any order you want, everything stands on its own. The characters never talk about the past. They never talk about future goals. It is always just purely, hey, here's what's directly in front of me. I have to take down the ox or the beggar or the queen. Now, doing this stuff, it still feels cool, but it completely lacks emotional momentum. And I feel like that does kind of cheapen it, where, yes, it's nice that we're getting revenge. Yes, it's cool when you take down these targets, but both Naoe and Yasuke, they never really feel satisfied. They always kind of feel like they're just floating through it. This might be the first game I've ever played where watching a YouTube video of just the cutscenes would tell the story better, and I feel like part of it's just because going around doing stuff, it feels very slow on purpose in a way that absolutely doesn't work. And the reason why is because instead of just giving you a quest marker saying, hey, here's where the next guy is, you get these clues. It'll say, go east of the river of Warlands, or, oh, the next guy you're trying to find is south of Kyoto in a tower that overlooks the city. Now, this isn't too much of a detriment, but it does feel a bit weird. You can do this thing where you can find the exact location of your next target by deploying scouts. They're like essentially spies, but they're a very, very limited resource. You can only do like very few spies. I think you can deploy 2 or 3 spies per hour of the game. So there were a lot of times where I wanted to find the next target and I just had to...
I bet you can buy them. I guarantee you can buy them.
Wander the countryside until I stumbled upon them. Now, let me...
You'll be able to spend money to get the spies.
Clear. I do think the story of Assassin's Creed Shadows is great. What's actually happening, the acting, the writing and stuff, that's cool. But the problem is that literally 70% of the game is being completely lost. I mean, yes, I think Yasuke's motivation to solve the mysteries of the Assassin's Creed Order, that's fantastic. Him learning about his place in Japan, it's freaking incredible. Noah's journey to figure out exactly how dark she's willing to be for the bloodshed she knows she needs to spill. That is badass, but these major developments being spread out so much, it just doesn't work. I mean, seriously, I've had times where the beginning of a conversation and the end of that, like basically the follow-through on a plot beat, was 10 hours apart. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it feels super
It's bad.
weird to take a story and spread it out so much in a world that is fun to explore, but why even make such an interesting story with so many different threads if it takes so long to actually see it even slightly come together? Now, with that being said...
Because hours played equals value in the mind of the retard consumer.
Let's talk a bit about the other aspects of this, because while you're doing this game, it's not just about the main story. It is about the side quests. Because, yes, there are people doing the typical stuff. Hey, can you help me find supplies that were stolen by a pirate? Or, hey, defend these farmers from these local bandits. I think a lot of the side quest stuff is cool, but it almost makes me more conflicted. I like playing Shadows. I think it feels really good to just do stealth combat, to be riding your horse through the snow, to be going up a hill to try and unlock that next part of the map and stuff like that. But my thing is that a lot of this, I kept just stopping and saying, okay, when does this all fit? But let me talk about the gameplay, the leveling, and the graphics. Over the last 20 years of Assassin's Creed, we've seen the combat evolve a lot. Originally, the games were much more focused on that.
It's devolved a lot. The combat has gotten worse the longer the franchise has existed. So, Unity was a step back, Syndicate was another step back, and then Origin was abysmal.
That slower, more sneaky action, which I did enjoy. But over time, they've been making them more about open combat, being able to stand your ground and fight off 20 people by yourself before somebody rings an alarm and you just sprint away. Where what I find the most...
you can't do that anymore. You literally cannot fight off 20 people until a guard rings the fucking bell. In the previous games you could do a 20 fucking kill combo chain. In this fucking dog shit, you have to dodge roll every half second if you take on more than 2 enemies.
Most interesting about Shadows, that absolutely is fantastic, is the fact that both of these characters that we have they're the best of both worlds. They're the best of old school Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, the best of old school Assassin's Creed. Fucking dodge rolling during combat. Fuck off, bro. Like, I'm so sick of these tourists. Like, oh yeah, dude, this is the best of old school Assassins. No, it's fucking not. This is pseudo fucking RPG dog shit. Wannabe Souls-light combat that is not Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed combat was way better than this shit. And I'm so fucking sick of people LARPing and pretending to be Assassin's Creed fans when they don't even like Assassin's Creed. They like these dog shit poser fucking titles that are purely fucking Assassin's Creed, just in name only. That's it. They're not even Assassin's Creed games anymore. Like, I always pull up this clip, man, but this is Assassin's Creed. Look at all the dodge rolls, man.
Forza! No!
No dodge roll required. Already 15 dead.
Strike! Ora!
20 kills in the time it took him to fucking dodge roll a fucking singular enemy. This shit's so much better. This is Assassin's Creed, not this fucking dog shit.
And new school Assassin's Creed.
I'm so fucking sick of people pretending to be Assassin's Creed fans. This is not Assassin's Creed.
She is very much the original assassin. She's the person who can't really take a hit. She has almost no health, and she doesn't do a load of damage, but she is practically invisible. She can stealth well, she can climb incredibly fast, she can scale a wall in seconds, she has a grapple hook that allows her to get onto roofs. You can actually swing and go to a lot of places that Yasuke straight up can't go. It's so cool, and it's nice to be able to just sprint while sneaking to take down targets who crazy attacks and stuff. She has hiding spots that only she can go to. This is legit some of the best stealth gameplay I have ever played in any game ever. Even beyond the original Assassin's Creeds, which were some of my favorite, this feels better. Tracking a target, following their movements, being able to find that perfect time when they're alone to pop out and kill them, it never stops being fun. But I also think it's interesting that both Yasuke and Noe, they have different weapon styles, meaning that they're not just stuck with one weapon. Noe, she primarily uses like smaller weapons. She has like a tantos, a tiny katana and stuff like that. It makes it where she is able to do quick attacks and poison, whereas Yasuke, this man is a tank. He is a 6-foot-tall murder machine that practically just eats anybody in his path.
Dreamcast guy, no! Don't call this 6-foot-tall black man a murder machine. No!
He just shoves them in a blender, presses puree, and says, goodbye, sayonara. His weapons are more about...
Yeah, he says, sayonara, nigga!
Raw damage, blunt smashing devices, spears, guns. I mean, he is here to just literally monstrously crush people, and it feels great. Both of them, I feel like these are exciting characters to get good at. And thankfully, they share experience points. And what that means is that if you're trying to do a quest stealthy, you can like sneak in, take down some targets, test the defenses of the fort or something. And if it's 7 inches, that's pretty big.
The backlog gaming with the 17. Dreamy said the only footage, is of Nawe because didn't finish the game and even get to the black guy. He's so full of it. When he said, okay, I'm guessing it says when he says he completes games, shake my head, still best YouTuber though. Well, did he say that he didn't have any Yasuke footage? I thought he just said that he played primarily as Naui, not just as her, though. I think you have to play as Yasuke. Like, I'm pretty sure it still forces you to.
it's too hard and you want to swap over to Yasuke, the human wrecking ball, who can literally just knock down doors and stuff, you can swap to him at any time. You can switch.
Yeah, he's an expert in breaking and entering.
Between the two characters at any time. It's very easy. You just do it in the menus. There's a couple like quest missions, or when you're in the middle of combat, it doesn't let you switch characters, but most of the time you can instantly switch. And what's cool is that they both have their own talent trees. They both have 6 different talent trees. There's 3 for each of your weapons, and then there's 3 that have a bunch of passives. So basically making you better at defense or offense or poisons or tools. But this brings me to my other gripe about the game, which is that while you get talent points for leveling up, they call that mastery, they deadlock you with this system called knowledge, where even though you are unlocking talent points, you actually can't access almost any of the tree until you do tons of side collectibles. Now, these take...
Oh, there we go. There we go. The Ubisoft checklist activities literally blocking progression. Wow. Who would have guessed?
Many different forms. You can raid optional forts, you can pray at shrines, you can collect scrolls. These side tasks unlock knowledge, which unlock the higher tiers of mastery. My issue is that...
Jesus Christ.
You really do start hitting a wall at one point during the main story. As you get later...
Yup. This is exactly what happened with Valhalla and all these shitty level-based Assassin's Creeds.
And later in the game, these skills, these higher parts of it, are necessary for some of the targets. You need to be able to scale faster, move faster, kill faster, and so you have to grind. You can't just do side quests for the experience points and stuff. You have to constantly searching for that knowledge to get the very necessary skill trees. And while I do enjoy side stuff, I actually think the side stuff is fun. It's the fact that this game is so big. The sheer scale of Assassin's Creed Shadows, it makes it feel a bit flat. There is so much random busy work in every direction that you could easily spend hundreds of hours playing this, but about 30 hours into beating this game, I started to feel some serious fatigue. I mean, after you kill the 15th major side boss that gives you a 2%...
It's Valhalla all over again.
...boost in damage, it starts to feel kind of stale. Like, even if it's glorious at one point, those opening moments feel great. After a while, it feels really repetitive, and it does suck to open up the objectives board and go, man, I'm 40% through this game, and now I have to grind for 10 hours before I'm allowed to see what the next Shinbaku members' plans are. Now, I have to say, I really do like the fact that both Yasuke and Naui both feel incredibly strong in such different ways. A lot of times I found myself in a lot of the main missions, they'll tell you, hey, pick a character, you're about to do this big raid or something like that. It did feel cool to do a mission as Naui, to sneak in, to completely be undetected, to try to destroy alarms, to take down targets, and use her eagle vision to perfectly find a target and take them down with traps and bells and distractions. It feels awesome, and it really does feel like classic Assassin's Creed. But sometimes I'm like, you know what?
She's pretty hot? Nah, not my type.
I'm sick of this. The boss is kicking my ass. Naui does not have very much health, even with really good gear. She takes a ridiculous amount of damage. I had to pretty much take 0 damage from some bosses. There were literally bosses where if I got hit once, I would die.
It's literally Dark Souls! Yeah, Assassin's Creed, guys. This is Assassin's Creed.
Moments, it felt good to play a fort as Yasuke. And you know what? Yasuke, he has almost no mobility. He can't climb. He has no grapple hook. When he does get on top of stuff, he pretty much falls off instantly. The man can't stealth to save his life. But it does feel good to just walk into a courtyard with a bunch of freaking samurai and start butchering them. It's nice that both characters definitely not only feel balanced, they both feel so complete as characters. And I like that. The thing is that the entire game being the same cycle over and over and over again, it really does start to hurt the overall package. Track a target, do 4 quests to find their identity, go to the next big castle and invade it. All right, now you got to grind until you're strong enough to get the next Shinbaku member.
This sounds like pure Ubisoft, dude. Pure fucking Ubisoft. This is everything wrong with
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's exactly what you
God.
fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks. Wow.
U-Generation with the 100. Play, okay, Assassin's Creed 1 is fine. Alright, I can do that. As long as it's not We Was Samurai. Like, this just sounds miserable as fuck, bro.
After a bit, you start
But
to
yeah, I'll download it after we finish this video.
go, okay, even if this is a good time, even if the bits are starting to come together, they never really connect in a way that's satisfying.
Yeah, I like Assassin's Creed 1. I mean, it's not... Assassin's Creed 1 is nothing special. Like, it's an okay game. because it's more of a tech demo than anything, but it's definitely better than modern Assassin's Creed.
Now let me talk a bit about the graphics and just the overall presentation of this, because I beat this on a PlayStation 5 Pro, and I think it looks really, really, really good. The two real standouts, though, are the facial animations and the weather effects. When people are having long talks about betrayal or ceremonies or the meaning of honor, it's cool that the camera will really zoom in on their expressions of pain or conflict or hatred, and it's really well animated. I think it does help. You can definitely see the clearly massive budget of this game. They really cared about conveying the story to the best of their ability. And yeah, I do have some problems with the pacing of it, but there's no denying the fact that this game definitely looks good. But what else definitely kind of just blew my mind is the environments. Scorched forts, vast rivers, crazy intricate battles playing out all around you. I think Shadows looks great, and it's even more wild.
Hey guys, remember what I said about the feudal Japan setting? Straw huts and wooden buildings.
Battles playing
what are we
all
looking
around
at
you.
here?
I think Shadows.
Wowie zowie, dude! What an architectural treat to take in this amazing environmental design.
Looks great, and it's even more wild that it looks great because there are 4 different seasons. As time passes, things
exciting,
progress
dude.
from winter to summer to fall.
I love one-story buildings. It's so fun to explore.
And there's tons of different stuff that's different about it. The people actually react. In cutscenes, you can see that people have been doing stuff, and it's in that particular season. But it does have a bit of an issue, which is that the seasons take a very long time to go from one season to the next. And there's some way to fast forward from seasons to seasons, but it never worked for me. Like, there's a way on the map menu to say, next season, please. And it kept saying, you can't skip seasons right now. That kind of sucked. I mean, time stops when you're in cutscenes. So when you're doing a bunch of big major story stuff all at once, you can get stuck in a season for hours and hours and hours. And I definitely started to get very sick of the snow. I wish I could just pick a season or choose a season at will. Because yes, that would break the immersion. It doesn't really make sense, but I got really sick of some of these environments. I want to be able to see cherry blossom trees and people out in the farmlands.
No,
I don't want to...
not cherry blossom. Sakura blossom, bro. You got to use the proper weeb name.
Just see constant snow.
Like, wasn't Dreamcast guy simping out over the fucking weeb setting? You got to at least know what you're talking about, man.
For hours and hours and hours because I can't figure out how to just progress the dang season.
The watermelon blossoms. Well, they did put watermelons in the game, so...
Assassin's Creed Shadows is a very, very big game with a lot to do, a lot to see, and a lot to kill. And I respect what they're trying to do. As a fan, I think that what they're trying to do, the greatness of
As a fan,
is pretty damn fantastic. I just wish that they weren't so obsessed with Ubisoft size. If you're worried about getting the most bang for your buck, buying a game for $70 and it actually being $70 worth of content, that's definitely this. But if you're looking for a tight narrative experience, something that's going to wow you from start to finish, this ain't that. But I gotta say, after it's all said and done, after side quests, main quests, upgrades, crazy crafting, everything else, I gotta say, I am glad that we finally got Assassin's Creed in Japan. And even if it's not as glorious as I probably hoped, it's still darn good. But now that we've heard some good and some bad, let's go over to the ratings board and put a big number on it. I am giving Assassin's Creed Shadows an 8 out of 10.
There we go.
Thank you so much for watching this video. This was actually one of the hardest reviews I've ever made, just because you would not even believe how many hours this took. I mean, weeks and weeks of playing and beating and writing. This script is over 2,300 words long. It was...
I don't script any of my videos.
The longest script I've ever written. But basically what I'm saying is, thank you for watching. Thank you for being on.
Dude, I do all my reviews off the fucking dome.
So, and thank you for watching to the very, very end. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like.
I don't do any script for my reviews.
Like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh, man. What? I'm glad we got this done.
AC Shadows or Rise of the Ronin Steam hates. I liked Rise of the Ronin. I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it.
If we get another Assassin's Creed in Japan someday, personally, I hope it's a bit tighter, a bit more contained, the way that Assassin's Creed Mirage was. But maybe that's just me. You guys rock. Stay real. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can...
Why does Steam hate it? Probably doesn't run well, is my guess. Another modern PC port. Alright, let's see. Where's my... Dude, I have so many fucking controllers. I don't know where I put it. Damn. Got like 5 controllers on my desk. But none of them are my Xbox. What the fuck did I do with it? Hold on. Oh, I think I know where it is. Shit. Nope. Fuck. Oh, there it is. Damn. I guess that would have been a good time to just break out a League controller finally, but oh well. Let's see. I think I have Assassin's Creed 1. I'm pretty sure I bought all those. Oh, did I? The only one I don't have is 1, of course. I have all the other ones. Let me see. Yeah, that's Black Flag. Why the fuck do I not have a set? I have every single other game. Really? That's actually kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Like, why would I have every other game except 1? Alright, let me...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Buy it real quick. Put y'all back over here. I think I might have had the disc for back compat, which might have been why. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it should be available on Xbox. Let's see. Store. Ass. San Creed. There we go. Yeah, I don't own it. That's weird. Alright, bye. Oh, the SpongeBob game has to go. It's no longer available in Goy Pass. Alright, it's installing. First Ass Creed is born. I mean, it's just a tech demo. It's just a tech demo. That's the thing. It was literally just a tech demo for open world Prince of Persia, which they then spun off into its own franchise. So, it was never really supposed to be a full-fledged game like that. It was more like a proof of concept of like the open world Ubisoft format. Assassin's Creed 2 was the first like actual Assassin's Creed game, if you want to get technical. But yeah. Same way Demon Souls was a tech demo for Dark Souls. Yeah, pretty much. Well, didn't Altair and Desmond have the same voice actor? I don't remember. Let's see. See who else reviewed it. Oh, IGN's got age restricted. Based on community guidelines. Uh-oh. Wowie zowie. IGN's not making any money from that. You've already played it. Let's see.
Salutations, everybody.
Yeah, it's just a copy-paste of Valhalla, which I knew it was going to be. But
It is Matty here today. I hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. Today, we are gathering to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, this is a little bit different from
I thought IGN gave it an 8, but I don't know.
Mr. Matty style review video. The key difference being, I've not finished the game yet.
I saw on Twitter that they gave it an 8,
Ubisoft games,
but
yeah,
maybe that
top
was
to bottom,
wrong.
usually much bigger than 15 hours. So if you are looking for a more deep dive into AC Shadows, may I suggest ACG, Scale Up, or Your Raptor, who covers a lot of Ubisoft content, so I feel like his angle would be really appreciated. Check any of them out. But for me, I felt my 15 hours were still pretty important to share because I represent a lot of the Ubisoft fan base that wants to get back into their games, and if I could be won over, then that is a good sign for many of you out there. I got my review code really late in the process, which is totally fine. I did the best with what I had. But after 15 hours, I am not playing more AC Shadows. Not because it is an awful
Yeah, it's fucking repetitive garbage.
game, although I think a lot of people will take it that way, but really because I've played this game before. This is not a situation...
Dude, it's not because it's not a bad game, but because I got fucking bored. No, it's a bad game. If you don't want to beat a game, it's not good. I'm so sick of people being like, oh, well, it's just not for me. Just say you don't fucking like it. You think it's a bad game. Why is everyone so afraid to have a fucking opinion, man? Like, just say you don't fucking like it. You don't think it's good. It didn't compel you to keep playing. Therefore, it's a poorly designed game. Or bad. It's so dumb, man. People are afraid to be subjective in a fucking subjective review. Retarded.
In my impressions videos of Your, where I sat down and played like 30 or 40 hours.
Yeah, if it wasn't an awful game, he would keep playing it. So... Raging Board with the 5, I legit cannot follow a script when making videos. Just doesn't feel like I'm being real. Well, yeah, because in your head, when you write out a script, you talk way more sophisticated in your mind when you're typing versus actually speaking in real time. You didn't like Rebirth, so you didn't finish it. That's fine. I finished it 7 times, so I'm good.
Too and went, yo, this is absolute excellence on display here. I'll catch you all in a couple weeks or months with my final verdict video. This is a moment where it's like my impressions are kind of my final thoughts because I'm not going back to AC Shadows because I've reviewed games for half my life. I've seen Ubisoft games time in, time out to review them constantly. I know this song and dance. I will just confidently say, I'm good, y'all. What I mean by all this is that if you like the RPG-style Assassin's Creed games, this is another one. Not much of a shocker there. I want to come from that angle as well. I'm not sitting here like, oh my god, they didn't overhaul every single system in an established franchise. Are you kidding me? I'm just saying that, y'all, if you were hoping this would win you over, if you played prior Assassin's Creed games and you were hoping this was different, that's not what's happening here. It's very much the same. There is no radical shakeup that is going to bring you back in if you are like me. And while it is almost impossible for Ubisoft to separate themselves from the pressure fans are putting on this game for it to over-deliver or succeed, as an industry commentator, I find that interesting, but as a reviewer, it has no bearing on how I'm scoring the game. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough setup. I just want to kind of go into a more free-form conversation on things that stood out to me in Assassin's Creed Shadows and the things that I think could have been done better. The too long didn't read really is that it's got pretty solid stealth gameplay, not great level design, not interesting open world tasks or objectives, and a really bad story. So those are my general thoughts. Now let's dive deep into each of those. If you're new here, you're into usually full, complete reviews.
What do you mean a really bad story? A black samurai isn't a compelling story, dude? What the hell?
Impression video. Consider subscribing. Let's start off with the review focus on stealth because I think that is the best element of the game. You can now crouch, you can go prone.
What do you mean? The Yakubian samurai isn't a compelling story? Come on, man.
Roll around the grass like, you're like Gilly in the Mist sort of vibe, like in a Call of Duty Modern Warfare mission. You can dodge roll. So these kind of movement techniques all combine really well, where you'll be like crouch walking around an entire compound and then dodge roll into cover and hide behind some boxes and then assassinate someone. It all feels pretty good when you're getting around. They brought back the double assassination. It's an unlockable ability for Naue, which I think is really exciting. But I think one of the key new features here is how this game plays with light and dark. I find that to be the most fun thing here, especially when you were playing this game at night. It gives you a little bit of a Splinter Cell vibe as you're extinguishing lights, hiding in the shadows, or using your kunai to wipe out different lights so that you can take out your enemies without anyone seeing. They also give you a grappling hook, which is very reminiscent of the rope launcher that you got in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, where you could scale the side of buildings, or in the case of Syndicate, you could do something ridiculous like going across massive wide streets, but it worked really well in keeping traversal and free running going despite the scale of that game. Something that I'll get into how I think AC Shadows really trips up on that free running aspect. So there's a lot of good movement techniques here, and to kind of put a bow on it all, you have this great expert mode here that you can turn on to specific stealth difficulty, and it allows enemies to spot you on the rooftops, and way quicker, that might I add. And I enjoy things more this way, but you can definitely tell that the game is designed for a normal difficulty. Just given how many enemies are in the area at once, it's very easy to get spotted on an expert difficulty, and it also starts to expose a little bit of the level design where the game very much relies on you being on those rooftops, where expert says get low to the floor, and so you get low to the floor, but there are only so many bushes you can hide in and very few buildings that you can crawl underneath, which I wish was utilized more, because it is the most awesome part of the game, is just crawling beneath these like hidden pathways and popping up into buildings or assassinating people through doors. Like, that stuff is cool, and I wish this game embraced a lot more of that. Still, it all feels like a great test bed for Splinter Cell. So I think mechanically speaking, the stealth is pretty solid here, and especially I think expert mode will really speak to series veterans. Where I think a lot of this starts to fall apart is actually in the level design.
It'll speak to series veterans? Yeah, veterans of the shit games. What the fuck do you mean expert difficulty will speak to the it's these people have never played Assassin's Creed, bro. I'm so fucking sick of these fucking tourists. They don't even know what makes Assassin's Creed Assassin's Creed. Fucking, autistic tier stealth gameplay has never been the foundation of Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed was a stealth power fantasy. You were a literal killing machine. You were supposed to feel fucking powerful. You used stealth because you wanted to, not because you had to. It's just so irritating, man. So fucking irritating. It's just like, I really can't stand it. This is the reason why gaming sucks nowadays.
Component of things. Much of this is very samey. You'll have moments you'll enter castles or temples for the 13th, 14th, 15th time and have a feeling of like, I think I've been here before. And a lot of this...
Oh, wow. Wait, someone else acknowledging the Japanese architecture is boring as fuck and not interesting at all to look at? I'm shocked. Wow, it's almost like I said that how many years ago? How many years have I been saying that feudal Japan is a boring fucking setting that's super repetitive and bland? There's nothing good about Japanese architecture. Fucking wood buildings, straw huts, and slightly elevated temple. Like, that's literally it, man. Oh, and you get the fucking wooden gate things. That's about it.
This level design informs the objective design in Assassin's Creed Shadows. So if you go to, say, a castle, the same objective will always be take out 5, 3, 2 samurai daisho. Once you take them out, that chest at the top right next to the viewpoint has magically unlocked, and you'll go up there and you'll get some really cool gear. And it feels good, don't get me wrong, but what ends up happening is you start to look at, I'm sorry, I had to bring it up, but Ghost of Tsushima, where that game really thrived through having unique level design, because it then would inform the objective design and in turn be a lot more of an interesting game to play because it stripped it of its tedium. Because, for example, there's an outpost in Ghost of Tsushima that has you exploring a shipyard, and in that shipyard you're going to destroy the black powder caches. However, a Mongol outpost might have you just killing everyone in the area. That diverse approach just removes a lot of the familiarity of the game's open world beats, and it's something that you'll notice this game especially lacks whether or not you have played Ghost of Tsushima. However, if you have played Ghost of Tsushima, then you'll realize this is not some anti-Ubisoft rhetoric like many have, but rather that it just feels like they've been beaten to the punch on their golden goose that they stashed away for so long. I think worse yet is when you're in key story missions, they have these invisible walls. I talked about this a little bit in my preview, but it was very much intrusive, where I wanted to explore.
Yup. This is another trend in modern AAA open world games, is the fucking invisible walls.
Level a little bit more or take a unique route around, but the game was like putting me on rails, and I still don't get why they did it this way, especially when the early parts of the game you're only playing as Naue. I'll talk about that in the story segment, where I'm like, it's one thing if like, oh, you could have played as Yasuke, where this dude is just a bull that rushes through fortresses with not a problem at all and doesn't need a free run. Naue does free run. She does get around through the rooftops and the grapple hook, so when they limit that and they force you to the ground, it doesn't feel very good. So basically every situation boils down to entering the castle walls, hiding on a rooftop, activating your eagle vision, marking everyone in the environment, and then navigating that environment with everyone marked, gradually taking them out one by one. The real interesting caveat that I think comes up at certain sections of the game is how the seasons change, which might change how guards behave. It'll also replenish where guards were once stationed, so if you wipe them all out, they'll come back as the seasons change. It'll switch up the visuals a little bit. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Phantom Pain, but not all the way, so don't go in fully expecting that. But it was a cool little system there, and it also made for some beautiful visuals in the open world. So yeah, the stealth is, like I said, solid mechanically, but the level design really does fail it. And where it gets interesting is, as we talked about the parkour system, very smooth animations. Reminds me a lot of AC Unity, AC Syndicate, where you get around and it feels and looks really good. But I wonder how AC diehards will feel about how Shadows handles downward parkour, because a lot of times it's more stylish than effective. Like, you're doing side flips off the side of buildings, whereas by comparison, something like AC Unity has you like slipping and sliding and quickly scaling downward because it's trying to maintain momentum. But it feels like when I'm parkouring downward in AC Shadows, it's more for style and flair. It looks good. Again, very well.
Assassin's Creed Unity looks better than fucking Shadows. Look how much better Unity looks graphically.
Like, you're doing side flips off the side of buildings, whereas by comparison, something like AC Unity has you like slipping and sliding and quickly scaling downward.
Look how much better this looks.
Trying to maintain momentum, but it feels like when I'm parkouring downward in AC Shadows, it's more for style and flair. It looks good. Again, very well animated.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed has gone downhill so dramatically ever since Unity. Unity was the last good game in the series. After that, nope.
But I'm curious how AC diehards will feel about how this is implemented, because more than anything is that this is a huge open world game. And even when the missions start to narrow down more so, I didn't find myself using the parkour system in the interesting ways that I think it could have been used, because most of your time will be spent riding through the Japanese countryside on horseback. And that is awesome. Like, it is a vibe when the rain starts pouring, the visuals kick in. Like, this game is awesome in those moments. But if we're thinking about it as an Assassin's Creed game, especially if you're playing as like a ninja in the dark, I thought the free running would go crazy in this game. But I mean, you'll scale things at times, but when it comes to jumping from like, building to building, getting into that flow as you go to your next objective, I didn't really use that much at all. Which again, it's just weird to say about an Assassin's Creed game. It's like, hey, I played Fallout and I didn't use VATS. It's like,
yeah, you don't need to, because there's nothing to fucking climb. Maybe you'll get a one-off building every once in a while that has more than one story, but that's about it.
The defining mechanic of the game. What are you talking about?
Because it's almost like Japanese architecture is incredibly fucking boring.
As for the open world itself, I already talked about the castles and taking out the samurai. That's one objective you'll see a lot. Sometimes you go to these temples and they'll be like, hey, you need to bow and pray at like 3 different sites, or you need to locate lost pages to collect. And all you do is literally show up these locations, hold the left trigger, you'll see these little white dots, and you'll be able to observe them, and they'll be marked. And once you check off all 3 of them, like, your time there is done. Again, I think these areas would be more interesting if they did take a little page out of that Ghost of Tsushima handbook and was like, hey, they kind of formed the missions and objectives per location to the location itself, rather than like, here are the list of objectives we can only do in Assassin's Creed, and they just need to fit in each of these locations. Because then it starts to feel, again, very copy and pasted. Other activities you'll find, I think AC Origins fans will really like the tombs in this game, because it reminds me of exactly what you would do when you would go into tombs in that game, where you would go through these like labyrinths, these kind of mini puzzles, and you'd find treasure at the end of them. There are reflections where you can kind of do these flashback missions after a little mini game. If you're playing as Yasuke, you can train with different masters in the open world map, which kind of remind me a little bit of the duels from Ghost of Tsushima. Naturally, it's an Assassin's Creed game, so you have your viewpoints. The difference here is that when you climb to the top of a viewpoint in AC Shadows, you're going to actually manually mark them, kind of like you would in Breath of the Wild. Like, you're going to assign them to your map. You can only assign so many and go and chase them down. So I think a lot of people will like that. The game is still loaded with a ton of UI anyway.
That's fucking stupid.
So it's not like it's
more filler.
Moving a lot of that screen clutter, it just means that you're manually marking where you're going to go next instead. I'm also curious how AC fans are going to take to how they're handling the anime stuff. It seems like it's been incorporated into this sort of grimy live service element where you complete daily missions to kind of progress that story in this in-game battle pass where you can earn the currency in the world. Sometimes I'll literally just find it laying about, but otherwise you'll complete these dailies.
An in-game battle pass. Ubisoft, you're like how many fucking years late to the battle pass trend?
Rotating weekly equipment sets that they give you, and I was just a little, I don't know about this one, y'all. But to find these activities, you'll either chase your manually set markers or follow the quest steps that are on the top left corner of the screen. That'll give you environmental details like west of Sakai, in the warehouse district, and you kind of look for this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
and
better finish your Assassin's Creed
narrows
battle
itself down and
pass,
just gives you a
everybody.
hard quest point to chase down once you get close enough. So you can either do that, or you can spend scouts on the map to go ahead and just mark the objective for you right then and there. I found it to be a little bit of a self-defeating mechanic, because to get to these points, I would typically open my map and put a marker down anyway and run to that marker to get to where I needed to go. So it feels like Ubisoft just added this extra step between the actual earning of the waypoint, which I think maybe will move the needle for some. For me, I actually just ended up turning on guided exploration, so I would get the quest marker right then and there. I didn't have to go ahead and track it down, and frankly, made the game much better in my opinion. I think it just flowed way better that way. So you have that option available to you if this sounds like not a good thing at the end of the day. Still, if it's an attempt to solve the lack of waypoints in their open world games, they're gonna have to try again, because I don't think this is a good solution. Now, doing all these activities, exploring this world will level you up. It does have those RPG elements. You're gonna get tons of gear. You also have a skill tree per weapon, so like your katana has a skill tree, your Sarigama has a skill tree, bow has a skill tree, and Naue and Yasuke's are different. Naue, for example, you can unlock a lot of stealth abilities like your double assassination if you have the Tanto equipped. The actual assassination, you can do more damage for that by gradually upgrading it. However, there is an option as well to just turn on one-shot assassinations no matter what the level is or anything like that. I turn that on because I get the RPG elements being there and influencing the assassination damage, but it feels really bad when you get the jump on someone and the game's just like, no, sorry, you don't have the right gear. No, sorry, you're not leveled up enough, and you end up jumping them, taking out like a third of their health, and then fist fighting them. Like, it just doesn't feel good. So I like that option was there, so I went right around that, but it does nullify a good portion of a particular upgrade tree. And also, you can change how many tools she can carry. Meanwhile, Yasuke can get a lot of cool mechanics into the combat, like riposting upon parrying. He can do a brutal assassination if you sneak up behind someone. He can switch weapons mid-combo if you want to stretch out said combos. And there's also a knowledge rank to all this, so as you do things like the temples, or you complete the castles, your knowledge of the land, I guess, goes up, and it'll unlock different tiers of that mastery system, where you'll be able to unlock new skills deeper in the game. So kind of encourages you to go deep and hit those side objectives if you want to reach these really useful upgrades. Now, interestingly, and potentially my favorite element of this all, because it did give me a bit of nostalgia, is they have this hideout.
Locking actual, gameplay affecting upgrades behind Ubisoft collectathons. A new low for the franchise. They've never done that before. Quite sad, dude. Griffin, you must play Shadow. I've played it. I've never finished it, though. I always get to the part right after you meet Gollum, and I stop.
System reminds me a lot of the homestead in Assassin's Creed 3. I just have such fond memories of the homestead in AC3. And so basically it's the same thing here. As you're out in the world, you're going to get materials, or you can send your scouts to pick up particular materials if you find them throughout an enemy castle. You'll use those materials to build different structures. As your home base expands throughout the course of the game, you'll get new features like, oh, now I can do blacksmithing, or I can change my outfits, or I can accept dailies now. It's just a cozy place to go return to. It's nice to see it build out. You can customize how the roofs look, how the buildings look, so you can really get into it if you want. And like I said, it reminded me of AC3 in a good way. I was like, oh, I enjoy this. Is it as dope as like the AC Syndicate moving train hideout? No, but it's still pretty solid. So I did like this part of the game. Now, underpinning everything I just talked about throughout this entire video is the split protagonist system. You have Naue, you have Yasuke, very similar to AC Syndicate where you had Jacob and Evie. Now, Yasuke, I feel is very out of place narratively and gameplay-wise. I hate to say it, but the stealth is the highlight here, but Yasuke can't free run, he can't stealth, nothing. He's entirely built around the game's combat system, the ability-driven combat system that was first introduced and scarcely evolved upon since AC Origins. So in turn, if you never really liked that combat system, Yasuke is almost entirely useless on the gameplay front, especially for a lot of the key series features that make Assassin's Creed stand out. Your free running, your stealth gameplay, he's just another option, but since Naue is good on the feet as well, I again don't see why Yasuke was needed on gameplay front. And then as I'll get into in a second here with the story, the way he's kind of staple.
You don't know why he was needed gameplay? Because he wasn't put in the game for gameplay reasons. He was put in the game for political reasons. That's it. He is a literal definition of a token black. Like, for lack of a better fucking, like, the definition of that. Yasuke is a token black character. Nothing else. Nothing fucking more, nothing less, literally just a token black. That's it. Shoehorned in by Ubisoft upper management in order to meet their fucking diversity quotas. Yeah, Yasuke, J.R.R. Tolkien, exactly. And Raging War with the 2 battle passes should only be in... I think battle passes should go away, personally. I like just buying whatever you want. I feel like that's the way to do it. I don't like battle passes at all. I just prefer, like, okay, here's the microtransactions. If you want this gun, spend $20. If you want the skin, spend $15. Like, I think that's the way to do it, personally.
People in, and what should have been a contentious relationship between him and Naue just felt forced so that the player had the option where if you don't want to do stealth, you can just bulldoze the whole game. Now, that said, while the combat system I don't think is fantastic in these games, it's way more bloody in AC Shadows, and I think that adds to the satisfaction. I mean, you're talking decapitations, floors and walls are going to get painted. Each weapon has its own ability set that automatically swaps, which I thought was really cool. These abilities are very stylish, like you can get behind an enemy and cut them up, down, left, right as Naue, or you can like do a kind of cool dash and put your weapon away as Yasuke. You can do a boot kick that can yeet your enemies across the map. That stuff is really enjoyable. But again, this kind of goes to what the whole thesis of this Impressions video is about. You've likely seen a lot of this before, right? All of this is something you're like, oh yeah, that's from this. Oh yeah, this is from that. Yeah, it's just like a love child of only Ubisoft.
No, you have to buy everything you don't want in a battle pass. So yeah, you can buy the whole battle pass, but you have to buy all the other shit you don't want along the way.
Stuff that you've seen before. So on that note, let's start wrapping things up a bit with the story. This is, if 15 hours taught me anything, the most cliche revenge story, almost hilariously so. Like, everything beat for beat that you have seen is here. Like, her first kill, she's looking at the blood on her hands. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Then something tragic happens. Now she's on the path of revenge. Blood doesn't scare her anymore. Oh, I got my revenge, but boy, do I feel empty. So she's about to become what she swore to defeat, when then she's called out. When she's called out, it's like, oh, okay, wait, you might be right. You might be cooking there. Yeah, you know what? I can't become that. Now, my path is true. I see. My eyes are wide open. Vengeance is not the way. And so we'll take down the ultimate evil together. That is your story. At least from the 15 hours I got in. I was like, oh my god. Like, this is every trope. And I think worse yet is that AC Shadows repeats the errors of Assassin's Creed Mirage when I reviewed that game, where you have two characters that should very much be at odds with one another. Like, again, looking at AC Shadows and Mirage side by side, I'm like, how is a lesson not learned here? These two should be in a contentious relationship, Yasuke and Naue. However, within 15 to 20 minutes, all in the past, y'all. Don't you worry about it. But worse than Mirage, however, is that these two characters are your protagonists. So you basically have a scenario where Ubisoft dropped the ball worse here, in my opinion. I don't think I need to spell it out, but I do think tension is everything in a story. It doesn't have to be this instantaneous thing, like right away, frame one, there's tension. But when it starts to manifest, it needs to stay for at least a decent amount of time, because it starts to call everything into question. Is there going to be a resolution? When these two disagree with one another, how is the blow up going to happen? Or when you do reach that resolution, they see eye to eye, in this case, forgive.
Yeah, I like having something work toward. That's fine. I don't know. I'm just more fun motivated. I don't really care about unlocking stuff anymore.
One another. This is what
this is way more informative than Dreamcast guy's video.
Makes this story feel good, because then it
shocking. I mean, that's not really saying too much, but yeah.
Feels earned. It feels human. But Naue and Yasuke should have this distant sense of trust at best, but they immediately wipe that away for jolly cooperation. And I think to just underline how added on I felt Yasuke was, you know, he really, outside of the prologue section of the game, which is like the first 20, 30 minutes, you don't see him for like 10 hours. Depending on how much open world stuff you engage in, your mileage will vary, but he's out of the game for a while, and it felt very much like the way everything's set up. This is now a story, and then Yasuke got added on at some point. It's not really a bad thing, it's just you don't really have to play as him ever, but also it starts to highlight one last problem I have with this game, which is the game design of these dual protagonists. You'll have these missions that you're going through where you're working together, and they'll have these dialogue options. They'll pop up, play as Yasuke, play as Naue. Now, there was one time I was hunting down a target, and I had the choice of playing as Naue or Yasuke. We were face to face with this target, where it seemed like if I choose one, the other would continue navigating the level or helping out in some way. Again, to emphasize, face to face. Like, we're talking with one another, and it's like, okay, how do you want to approach this situation? Yasuke was on the ground, Naue was hiding up on the rooftop. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go with Naue because I kind of want to sneak around the back. But Yasuke's gonna probably fighting mob enemies on the ground in the meanwhile.
Nah, the base playthrough is playing as Yasuke and just massacring every single Japanese person you see. That's the based playthrough, man. Because then at the end of the day, you can hang up your fucking samurai sword and be like, what? I didn't do nothing. And yep, there you go. Roll credits.
But what happens is, Yasuke disappears.
Easy, man.
And all the NPCs reset, and they're just kind of wandering around like nothing happened at all. And another side note that maybe isn't fully in line with what I'm talking about here with the dual mission structure, but still feels relevant to mention, is that my target was basically just standing there waiting to be taken out. Like, no schedule, no walking point cycle, nothing. Like, he was basically just holding a kill me sign. And so I feel like if Yasuke's gameplay was a little plain, or his inclusion in the story wasn't great, this element here could have served as like, this is why he's here, because now he's like part of the mission. Even when you're playing stealth, like, he's going through aggro in this particular stretch where it felt like that's how it was set up. But that's not the case here. Other side note on the story as we wrap things up, yeah, I would recommend doing JP voice if you can. I think the English voice acting sometimes is just outright bad.
Your statue.
Ah, yes. I am grateful.
Sometimes it's just not hitting those emotional levels that I believe the Japanese voice cast manages to do. So I would personally play it in Japanese if I were you. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is where I stopped after all of this. Because, again, I've seen this all before. I've seen this story in a million other pieces of media. Its gameplay feels unfocused because of the split protagonist approach, limited level and mission design, and unimaginative stealth compared to other beasts in the genre, as well as games that even Ubisoft has made in the past. Its world is awesome at times, sure, but I've already been served a healthy amount of games like it before, as I mentioned at the top of all this, your Ghost of Tsushima, your Rise of the Ronin, and so on. And I review many games. I've finished many I don't like at all. This is one where I've been down this Ubisoft road so many times in my career that I just felt comfortable stopping here because, like many of their games, you see everything it has to offer within the first 3 to 5 hours, and then the rest of it is repeated over 80. So yeah, originally when I said in past Ubisoft videos or episodes of Defining Duke that I wasn't going to review this game because of my preview, I realized that was a little bit irresponsible of me because, again, I represent a lot of the unconvinced demographic of people who want to love this game and learn more about it. So if I ended up liking it, but that was a really strong compliment to the game to overturn me. And in the end, it's fine, and I think others who really enjoy Ubisoft's games will love it more than me, but I'm personally content moving on and prioritizing my time elsewhere. Now, with it being fine, I'll just wrap up with this. Some of you may wonder what the difference between like my Avowed reviews, fine, is, and my Assassin's Creed Shadows impressions, fine, are. And I'll just say that the fine in Avowed was a pure fascination that I had an Obsidian game delivering stronger gameplay than writing. Plus, they are one of my favorite developers, where Ubisoft is a company that frequently recycles ideas, where if you play one, you play them all. So yes, there is even nuance in the word fine. Otherwise, bugs. Only thing I encountered that locked up my game twice was when I loaded up the game. If I paused too quickly to check the map and set my objective, it just hard locked on me. So that's it, y'all. Those are my thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows. I leave it in your hands. Let me know what you're thinking if you're planning on playing it at all. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay sexy, stay active.
Everyone loves the AC2 soundtrack. Well, yeah, that's when Assassin's Creed was actually good. So, back in the day. Run a dog with the 50 boss mode run for Final Fantasy 16. Any difficulty next stream. Alright, let me get... Now I got 2 controllers. Alright, let's see. Let's see. There, that should do it. Can download it real quick, because I will forget. And that's a big ass game, so it's like 100-something gigs, I think. Let's see. Dude, I should be able to download it on my Xbox, bro. I thought Final Fantasy 16 was getting ported to Xbox any day now. Where is it? Do I seriously not have it? Yeah. Maybe I'm blind. Alright.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Just download everything. All right. There it goes. Okay, so let me put y'all back here. Swap this back. Let's see, Oski with the 50. Really appreciate it, man. Final Fantasy 16 tomorrow. Yeah, we can definitely do it. So I'll try to get on a little bit earlier. OBS is cracking. Okay, well, give me a second. Alright, it should be good now. Should be good now. But yeah, I'll try to get on like around 10 tomorrow, depending on how things proceed. And yeah, we'll start because I got 2 things. So at the very least, I'll try to squeeze in some of each. But yeah, should be fine. U-Generation with the 10 could get sued by Tesla for lying.
This mistake might have just ruined Mark Rober's image for a while, as it seems like things could have been done in a little bit more of a transparent way. But if Mark Rober did this on purpose, that's up for discussion. So let's go through the details. On this date, Mark Rober posted a video titled, "Can you fool a self-driving car?" And that's exactly what he tries to do.
Oh, I heard about this, yeah. Like, he claims that he puts on full self-driving. He does it like 2 seconds before he hits something, and he didn't even put it into full self-driving. He put it into some other random fucking mode or whatever.
To do.
I'm in my Tesla on autopilot going 40 miles an hour towards a fake Wile E. Coyote roadrunner painted wall. Please stop. Please stop. Holy. And I'm doing this to see if Tesla's autopilot can be tricked, because it famously only relies on simple cameras to navigate the world, as opposed to much more expensive tech.
And that more expensive tech seems to have taken part in the video by providing a vehicle for him to test against the Tesla. So they ran a couple of different tests with the Tesla running an autopilot, which is kind of important because the Tesla has something called full self-driving, which apparently is an updated and better version of autopilot, which came out roughly 5 years after it. But for some reason, he still chose to use autopilot. And this is how he introduced the challenge.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It's like he didn't even use the actual full self-driving.
My Tesla on autopilot, however, only relies on simple cameras and its image processing to navigate the world. So to see if that tech is just too simple, came up with a 6-part LiDAR versus camera head-to-head face-off.
Yeah, it's already outdated. You get full self-driving, not the fucking whatever.
Culminating in a history-making first Tesla versus cartoon physics test.
Okay, so from everyone's understanding of that introduction, the Tesla is running on autopilot. Then obviously, they had a Lexus kitted out with Luminar's LiDAR system running a version of autopilot as well. But the first few tests involved kids in the road, and clearly, the Tesla did not perform well at all.
Tesla owner, there is a silver lining. Sadly, it did not.
Now, obviously, that was controversial, but most of the focus was around this part.
Now, as you can see as a human driver, while that looks sort of convincing, the image processing in our brains is advanced enough that we pick up on minor visual inconsistencies and we wouldn't hit it. And as for the LiDAR, it isn't looking at what image is printed on the wall. So this sort of just looks like a wall, which would make this the easiest test of the day. And as I suspected, handled it with no problem.
Meanwhile, the Tesla.
Yeah, but you can't use LiDAR for fucking full self-drive. See, that's what's so fucking stupid, is you can't use LiDAR for fucking self-driving because we rely on colored lights. LiDAR does not pick... never. I'm not going to get into all this shit. This is a stupid comparison. Like, when are you ever going to be in a situation like this?
Yeah, that didn't pass at all. And people on the internet were quick to point out that at 1529 here, as he was approaching the wall, the Tesla was not running autopilot, as you can see by the lack of the rainbow road on the infotainment screen there. Then you see at 1534, it suddenly turns on. And then here at 1542, the autopilot for some reason is not on again, right as he hit the wall. And the way it's edited, it almost looks like it could be conveniently hiding something. For context, I'll play the quick full clip here.
And as the wall crept closer and closer without moving an inch, the question was if the Tesla would detect it in time to step on the brakes. And it turned out...
Oh, and I guess just to make damages worse, they added the same crash dummy kid behind the wall as well. Fatality. And the YouTuber Meet Kevin thinks Tesla has quite the case against Mark Rober because he didn't use the full self-driving mode.
By implying that the technology he's showing is Tesla's full self-driving technology. He literally writes, "Can you fool a self-driving car?" But he doesn't actually use the self-driving technology in his experiment. Instead, he uses the autopilot technology to destroy figures of children and imply that if you rely on this technology, you could end up being subject to vehicular manslaughter claims. This is really problematic because if the test was done more fairly, it'd be tough for Tesla to have an argument here. But because Tesla's full self-driving technology was completely ignored, and in some cases, even their autopilot technology may have been disabled, Tesla could have a pretty big argument against Mark Rober here.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the worst nightmare for any creator. I mean, you're just out here trying to make a viral YouTube video, and then suddenly you get sued by the 11th largest company in the world. No, thank you.
He wasn't out there just trying to make a YouTube video. He probably has a fucking hate boner against Elon Musk now.
But it's safe to say this video got a reaction. There was a lot of viral tweets calling out this video, one of which was a thread with about 8 million views so far. And here it says the video was filled with deception, lies, and illegal undisclosed advertising. I'm not sure about that last allegation here, but we'll get into that later on. In the video, Tesla does not detect the wall and goes straight through it. On top of that, there is a kid mannequin that gets absolutely nailed at the end. But there's a few things Mark doesn't tell you. First of all, he lied about full self-driving. He didn't even use FSD. He used autopilot, which even Tesla admits is an older, not as strong technology. But even worse, he deactivates it right before he hits the wall. In a sneaky maneuver, he moves the wheel to deactivate the autopilot. Then he points out the stock of the company that he promoted or indirectly promoted, depending on who you ask, is up $50 million in market cap right after the video released. So the company went up about 27% in one single day after this video was released. But then,
yeah, which is dumb because LiDAR cannot be used for fucking full self-drive. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
The thread starts throwing out even more allegations, saying that on top of that, he lies about other sponsors. He regularly shills Google Pixel phones. In the video itself, he shows a Pixel filming the video. Look close enough at the reflection of the Tesla, he's actually filming with an iPhone and edited the shot to look like a Pixel. Okay, hold up, that is...
Bro, that's actually fucking weak. This is like all those stupid fucking bitches on fucking Twitter back in the day. They'd be like, oh my god, I love my Motorola Z whatever the fuck, and it's like Twitter on iPhone or whatever the fuck in the tweet details. Yeah, this is like literally all those dumb bitches that got paid to promote fucking Android phones back in the day, and it would always say sent for Twitter for iPhone or whatever. Jesus Christ.
It's odd if that is actually true. Why would he do that? Why would he not just film with the Google Pixel? If you're being paid to use Google Pixels, why aren't you just using a Google Pixel? But then on top of that, people also pointed out the Google logo on the phone is suddenly in landscape here at 1352 in his video.
Oh, God.
So I don't know what's going on there. Okay, I'm coming back like 16 hours later, so my editing team and I, we spent a lot of time looking for an explanation for this, and so far, it definitely doesn't look like they replaced the phones in an edit, as there's no errors in the footage, even when zoomed way in. I mean, we've been scrubbing the whole footage at a pixel level, and there's literally zero flaws. So it doesn't seem edited to us. The two explanations I can find for the Google logo sideways is either he's using a phone case or an unreleased phone. Another thing that backs that it's not edited is here's a screenshot of the phone being used the other way, and the logo is upside down. Also, it just doesn't look like they try to hide the iPhone. If they spent all of this time hypothetically editing a Google logo onto an iPhone, they would cover up the reflection. Because if you're hypothetically going to do that, that would be hundreds of hours of editing. So why wouldn't you cover up the reflection?
Oh, well, I don't know if it'd be hundreds of hours.
But overall, we think there were multiple takes, and in some cases they used Google Pixels, and other cases they used iPhones. And then the final part of this thread here is he points out that Mark posted a video showing the full clip, but he's alleging that it's a completely different clip. So I thought we'd take a look at that together as well.
Here we go. Here we go. Holy shit!
Yeah, I don't know. Let's put the original and the alleged raw footage side by side here.
Here we go. Holy...
Editing team, what do you guys think?
Multiple takes, not same perspective, nor distance from wall.
It doesn't look like the same clip to me, as the speedometer seemingly gives it away, as the autopilot was engaged at 39 miles an hour in the YouTube video, then at 42 miles an hour in the video that was posted.
Oh shit, yeah, he's faking it.
To Twitter. Something's not right here. No way did both Mark Rober and Marcus Brownlee get exposed by a speedometer in the same year. Then people pointed out that the wall seems to be pre-cut, like they wanted the crash to happen. Yeah. So, taking all these things together, it looks a little sus. For Mark, I mean, best case, questionable test. Worst case, he might get sued by Tesla for trying to make the most entertaining and viral video out of his test. And then you also have, his image.
He should get sued. This is bad PR.
Being put into jeopardy as well. Meanwhile, Luminar, the company that was also involved.
This is what happens, bro. The TDS is taking hold.
In this video is apparently in hot water as well. Even though it seems like They're the clear winner of the situation with their massive stock gain just days before their earnings, which is coming in at March 20th. So that's great for them. But apparently Luminar were advertising Mark's video on their website, but quickly removed it when the internet backlash started. And on top of that, another, I guess, PR disaster for Luminar and Mark is you have this tweet from Mark back in 2022 thanking the CEO of Luminar for a massive donation towards Team C's. Then you have another tweet that's currently doing rounds on the Luminar topic by Phil Truby here that says a PR disaster unfolding in real time here on X. Luminar, a LiDAR manufacturer, needs more sales, so it decided to hook up with YouTuber Mark Rober of Glitter Bomb fame to make a video showcasing how LiDAR works better than Tesla's Vision, only system for self-driving. I'm not so sure about the framing of this tweet, but Mark put together a contrived scenario of driving into a silly Wile E. Coyote canvas of a painted roadway. LiDAR sees it as solid, but Tesla's Vision might be tricked into thinking it's a road. But he had to fake the contrived scenario, not using Tesla's latest FSD system, using a 5-year-old autopilot system, and frame-by-frame analysis showed that autopilot wasn't even enabled at the time of the crash. Then the Tesla community goes nuts over the weekend, but Monday rolls around and his 65 million YouTube subscribers decide to buy Luminar stock, pumping it up by 25%. So now, apparently there's a very real threat of an SEC investigation.
God.
Luminar had touted the video on its website before taking it down for stock pumping and ultimate irony. Guess who was Luminar's biggest customer before this? Yeah.
No, I still have my Cybertruck pre-order. I still have the $100 deposit paid. So, just in case I ever want to get it, but I haven't canceled it yet.
Tesla, who bought it to do testing and training of their vision system. Okay, so that's really interesting. Also, this tweet is definitely making a lot of assumptions, but still interesting. But they ended by saying, I don't think Tesla is going to be buying too many more Luminar LiDARs going forward. Federal investigations, lawsuits, lost sales. I suspect a marketing VP is going to be looking for a new job soon. Okay, so that is actually a super unexpected spin that Tesla was allegedly the main customer for this LiDAR company, and this LiDAR company might have just bit the hand that fed it by being involved in this video. What did Mark just walk himself into here? Oh man, I would not want to be standing in between two massive companies here. Doesn't sound like a bet.
I wanted the Cybertruck when they were first announced. Originally, they were only going to be like $60K, so I was going to buy one, but now they're like 100-something thousand, and since I don't have a place to charge it, that's way too much money for an inconvenient car. If I had a place to charge it, I'd buy it, but, you know, I live in an apartment, so not really, conducive to being able to charge an electric car.
Best positioning. But keep this in mind because thankfully Philip DeFranco was able to get Mark into an interview this quickly to talk about all this. And here, the first thing he addressed was choosing autopilot rather than the full self-driving for the test.
Was there any reason you opted to test autopilot on the Tesla instead of full self-driving?
My understanding with full self-driving is that you have to enter an address for it to work. And as opposed to just being able to engage it. And this is what Tesla has called autopilot, and even Googling it, seeing what they determine as autopilot. And my understanding is that the sensor is not different, whether it's full self-driving or autopilot. Knowing if that's a wall or not, that doesn't change. So I think I'd be happy to rerun the experiment in full self-driving. I'm pretty confident it wouldn't be a different result. So to me, it was a distinction without a difference.
I'm going to be honest here and say I have no idea what's true here. This is just way above my pay grade. But he does go on to address the Twitter video that he posted.
In the clip that you posted on Twitter, where you said, here's the raw footage. Can you explain what it is that we're seeing and what you're trying to explain is happening in that? You said, not sure why it disengages 17 frames before hitting the wall, but my feet weren't touching the brake or gas.
So I think people were saying that I was manually just drove it through because 17 frames, by the way, is like less than a half of a second before it hits the wall. Again, I don't know why it would disengage. I was not pulling on the steering wheel. And by the way, even if I did disengage it, it's less than a half a second before you go off. The outcome would not be different. My guess is maybe the sensors, the ultrasonic sensors, which I think are on the bumper, they probably just disengage if they sense that something big is there and it just stops being in the self-driving mode or autopilot, whatever you want to call it.
There have been people that say that it looks like you may have had multiple takes or possibly gone through the wall multiple times. Were there multiple takes? What can you give any insight there?
Was. I mean, this is like what you put in end video. So the first day we went out there, I think you can even see it. We didn't have like the styrofoam wall. It was just like a vinyl sheet. We did a take. It went right through. I think that was the one that maybe was at 40 miles an hour or something, but it was just like, instead of cutting through it, like which would visually look cool, it just kind of tore the side and like a little flap came up. So it was like, that was a very interesting finding that it actually worked. So you'll see it going through the wall, but it's more of a flap. And then we're like, holy crud, I can't believe that really worked. And then I don't know, like 3 weeks later, we went back out time when schedule permitted, this time with like a styrofoam wall, because I thought it'd be funny if it's like, well, now that it goes through the wall, we should have like a fun cutout as it goes through. So I guess in the edit, then we used the start of one of those clips. So it went through the wall twice.
So the clip that you posted online or on Twitter was the one where the raw of you actually going through it the second time?
Yes, that's the second time.
But moving on to another hot topic, did Luminar give him any money?
Regarding Luminar, there have been a lot of people asking what kind of role they played. Right, the description of the video says they provided the car for testing. Did they have any say in the edit? Did they have any
say? No, they didn't see the edit. Yeah, but I really want to clear this. Luminar gave us no money. They had no say in the edit. They did not approach us. They were just a car technology I know that used LiDAR. So I reached out to them and say, hey, will you let us borrow some cars? And then they let us use the cars. So we didn't pay them to come. They did not pay us. They had no say. And we didn't know what would happen either, by the way. And we told them, look, if your LiDAR fails one of these, it goes in the video. And if Tesla would have passed all of them, by the way, that would have gone in the video. Like, I'm very agnostic. I really just wanted to see what would happen. So truly, I don't have a horse in this race.
Okay, so that is at least good, but does he own any stock?
Once again, it's like based off of these accusations. Do you or anyone close to you have any Luminar stock?
I do not own any Luminar stock, or I do not know of anyone close to me who owns any Luminar stock. Absolutely unequivocal.
And I know you said you love Tesla. Just to confirm, do you have any options or puts on Tesla?
I have no options on Tesla. I have no puts on Tesla. I am just, there's no financial anything in here at all, 100%. I'll go into court of law.
Again, this is very good, especially if he ends up getting sued over this. Then the final snippet that I'll show from the interview is his response to Luminar removing the video off of their website.
So Mark, kind of the last two things I'll hit on. One, do you have any comment or reaction to Luminar removing the link to your video from their website? I believe it was as of this morning.
I think someone said that they had posted it. My guess is they took it down because we were very clear with them, like, you aren't allowed to use this at trade shows. This isn't part of your marketing material. Like, this isn't a puff piece for you. We just want to borrow the car, and whatever happens, happens. So my guess is they felt bad and realized that's a bad look if they are posting it. But we told them, like, this is not for your marketing materials. We are just using your car for our video. So if it's down, I'm guessing that's why they took it down out of respect for us.
I don't know.
You've never seen a Cybertruck in real life? There's a ton of them in my area, which really sucks because every time I see it, it makes me want it more.
I think it could be either because of the backlash or maybe losing their largest customer, Tesla, allegedly. I don't know if that's true or not, but those two alternatives sound more realistic than what Mark said. But according to a Motor Trend article while I was doing research on this, I found out there was a National Highway Traffic Safety Administration report on exactly what happened to Mark's Tesla before impact, where it disengaged from any form of autopilot right before impact. And this was apparently a known flaw. So then my next question is, did this happen here? That would at least explain why the Tesla didn't hit the wall on autopilot and at least corroborate what Mark was telling Philip DeFranco. I'll be linking Philip's full interview in the description down below because for obvious reasons, I'm not going to sit here and include all of his questions in my video. It's hard to really know what happened here, but it's safe to say this mistake seems to have ruined Mark's image for a lot of people. And it's still unclear if it was actually Mark's or Tesla's mistake here. From an entertainment perspective, it was a great video. I understand why it went super viral. And it always sucks to see creators.
I wonder if Elon said anything about that. I'm not sure. But I would imagine if there is some foul play afoot, then they probably will sue them.
Enjoy in hot water. Either way though, Tesla stock is down 5% and Luminar stock is up 27%. So it seems like Mark gets removed off of this video. And whether Mark likes it or not, he might have just kicked the hornet's nest. It already seems like people have tried to recreate the test in a low budget way with the full self-driving mode instead of the autopilot feature.
他直接变道吗？他根本不走啊！对啊，他不走那里啊！但没办法，他只能硬跟他的 FSD 来走一下这个。他直接不去了啊！他不去啊！他不去啊！他电子都是3.1，打开他就走啊！他打开他就绕，他根本就不去那里啊！不去啊，打死都不去啊！你还是要变道，还是要变道！哎，回来！他也知道这有东西，你看，知道显示出来了吧？
And clearly, yeah, the Tesla did way better here. Obviously, these conditions weren't the same though. But either way, it'll be interesting to see what.
Leave it to Elon Musk to fix it, but yeah, the Chinese love their Teslas.
Happens, and YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video, so I would definitely recommend checking it out. And hey, if you're new here, it'll be awesome if you subscribed, and hopefully I'll see you guys.
Yeah, they got Iran's back. Yeah, well, the European Union tariffs the shit out of American cars, so yeah, it's probably not coming to the European Union. Most countries tariff the shit out of U.S. cars, so yeah. Which is why it's so fucking funny that, you know, all of a sudden it's, you know, this horrific thing that Trump's doing when literally every other country does it to us. No, dude, EU safety laws are way different. In the EU, you can have cars with way less safety features. Like, cars in the EU are way cheaper, like Mercedes and BMWs and all of those, because they're equipped with way less features. No, American standards are way higher. So that's the reason why you can't drive European cars in the United States, is because most of them do not meet the safety requirements. So no, the US is way more strict on that type of shit. That's why Europe has cheaper cars. Also, Japanese cars are better than American cars. I've never had a Japanese or an American car, so I don't know. I've only had Korean cars. I've got my Hyundai, dude. I got my K-pop car. Women's Rights. Nah, the two. Have you seen it? Nah, I have not watched it. I don't know when we'll get to it. Maybe this weekend. I don't know. We'll see. That's a long-ass time commitment, so... K-slop car. Yeah, I don't mind my Hyundai. Like, you know, I mean, I don't even have 40,000 miles on it in 8 years, so... I've only put like 37 or 38,000 miles on it in about 8 years. So it's still in like pretty much perfect condition outside. There's like a few dents from where people have like bumped into it and shit, but yeah, I mean, the interior's basically new still. The exterior looks good. Barely any mileage, so... Does my car dance like a stripper? Unfortunately not, dude. But the Korean bitches dance on the hood. I love my Kia Soul. I would never buy a Kia. Mr. DC Comics, the two, can you watch a Jesse Lee Peterson clip? I guess. Which one? With Jab cars, you only have to refill the oil. When it burns off, they are easy to maintain. Yeah, I just really don't want to buy a new car. Like, I wanted the Cybertruck, but I don't have a place to charge it, so... That was really the only car I wanted. I mean, I might get the Genesis GV80, I think it's called, at some point. That's pretty nice. But I don't know. I'm not really in a huge rush for a new car because it's like my car is fine. Barely has any mileage on it. And, you know, I don't drive anywhere. So I drive like 2 miles at a time at most. 8 years? What's wrong with 8 years? I should get a Hummer? I don't think they make them anymore. I don't think you can buy Hummers anymore. I thought they discontinued the Hummer EV. The Hummer EV only sold like 200 fucking units, so they canceled it, I thought. Renadog with the 5, you doing okay these days? I have sensed a disturbance in force. Just tired, man. Just tired. I hate how the big 3 American giants don't make ICE sedans anymore. I'm not familiar with those. Griffin is blacked pilled. Yeah, that's right. Blacked, not black. Blacked pill. I only get off by watching I only get off on watching BBC's Ravage Other Women. Because it's over, dude. My small white cock could never satisfy him. That's the definition of blacked pilled. Yeah, it's like worse than being a cock, bro. You're just like completely porn brain rotted at that point. You're like, yeah, that guy could fuck my wife way better than I ever could, so I'd rather just watch. In fact, having sex isn't even fun. I'd rather just jerk off. Holy fuck. Imagine. There's people out there like that. It's fucking sad, man. Griffin is way more doomer than Soythetic, man. I don't know. I'm not really of the it's over mindset, personally. You know, as long as I can collect my Pokemon, Aerith cards, and occasional miscellaneous anime card, then, you know, life is good. Right? Neonverse animations of the two, they should use Jason Burnell to make Killzone. I doubt they're going to do that. Dude, Killzone is kind of dead. Killzone Shadowfall was bad. Like a genuinely bad game. I don't know if it's ever going to come back. Like, that game was so bad, they lost a class action lawsuit, so I don't think Sony's in any rush to bring back Killzone, unfortunately. I think in the case of Killzone, it truly is over. That is a perfect example of using the phrase, it's over. Because I think it definitely is for that. Yeah, very few games can say that they have resulted in a loss in a class action lawsuit for deceiving customers prior to launch. So... yeah, if you bought the game at launch, you got a refund. So, they lied about the resolution and the frame rate and the performance in general, so... the court awarded everybody, I think, like $50. I forgot what it was. But yeah, if you bought the game. So, they lost a shit ton of money on the development of Killzone Shadowfall. And then everybody who bought the game basically got a refund. So... it was not a good financial situation for Sony at all. So I can't imagine they're in a huge rush to jump back into that franchise. At least, well, that's because Concord got refunded, so... if they hadn't have refunded Concord, it could have been in the same boat. Yep, and the Horizon, you know, shit. The Herman Hulse dude is obsessed with Horizon. Which makes no sense, because it's mid at best. Let's see who else has reviewed it. Holy shit, an hour. Should watch like a normie review. Game of the Year contender. Oh my god. Euro Goimer. Yeah, we watched Dreamcast, guys. So we watched the... There's Dreamcast guy. Six more woke games coming. Bruh. Since the review is 3 hours long, ain't nobody got time for that. Well, his Kingdom Come video would probably be great to listen to while I'm working. So, I'm not going to watch it because we'll watch it on stream at some point, but yeah, that's like the perfect video to put on when you actually are like working on something. That's good background noise. Gman lives. See down here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. 35 minutes. We'll see how it goes.
What? Well, Ubisoft have finally gone and done it. They've made the game they should have made 15 years ago. And no, I'm not talking about Far Cry Blood Dragon 2. I'm talking about an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan.
What took it so long?
One that's also got a common dilemma in that it's one of those things where people have pretty much already made their mind up on it before having even played it. Much in the same way that most people have already made their mind up on what they think of this video before they've even heard me say my piece. By the way, despite being plagued by delays and drama on Twitter, Ubisoft Quebec's latest entry in this long-running franchise is finally here. And after having spent over 30 hours with this thing, I can confidently say that it is an Assassin's Creed game. Before I start though, let's address the elephant in the room by saying that this is not...
It's not a real Assassin's Creed game.
A sponsored video. I wasn't paid by Ubisoft to cover this, nor was I flown to Disneyland or taken whale watching. I got the same review code in the same email that all the other content creators and media folks did as well. And if you're one of those people who already doesn't like this game without even having played it, which is fine by the way, well, then you're better off just not watching this video because I doubt I'm going to be able to change your mind. What I'm mostly going to be talking about is just the way the game looks, plays, and feels. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, well then yeah, stick around. Stick around. Right, so much like a lot of the other Assassin's Creed games, the whole experience is the player seeing all of these past events played out in real time through the Animus. The Animus being this made-up virtual reality machine that can read someone's DNA and is then able to project out all these memories. This time the whole thing takes place in feudal Japan, the best kind of Japan, specifically in 1579, during the reign of Oda Nobunaga.
Go. Find Momochi Sandayu. His death will sever the sword from the hand of Iga.
Japan is at the height of this brutal civil war, along with also being around the same time
from Iga.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Firearms were introduced into warfare, which means you got people running around with more rifles, katanas, and smoke bombs than in a Fortnite match. And for the first time in the series, I think since Assassin's Creed Syndicate, you're able to play as two characters. Both a shinobi girl named Naoe, and then this big bad samurai named Yasuke, who's responsible for most of the game's outrage culture.
My name is Yasuke.
Though I think we should be more outraged that Naoe is more or less just a reskin.
My name is Kunta Kinte.
In Habana from Rainbow Six Siege. Anyway, right off the bat, it is worth mentioning that the opening of the game does have some really weird pacing. I mean, the whole thing starts off with this prologue sequence involving Yasuke, who was picked up adrift in the ocean by Portuguese Jesuits, to then be brought to Japan as a slave, which is where he meets Oda Nobunaga.
But your servant, Diogo, stay.
Portuguese Jesuits? You mean Jews? Oh, wait.
Only for it to then time jump into the future at a point when Oda and his forces are now attacking the Iga province, which is where Naoe and her family reside. By this point, he's now a fully fledged...
At least they got that accurate, you know. The slavers of their time.
Samurai as well, and also shown to be incredibly adept, with the player in control of him during this short prologue where you just steamroll through pretty much everything. It's kind of like the opening scene of The Force Unleashed, where Vader just goes around decimating Wookiees. Then after that, it cuts to Naoe's perspective during this same attack, as she's tasked with getting back a box that's been stolen.
You said you want help. Now's the time.
Needless to say, she fails, and the box is then stolen by this mysterious group of 12 figures, calling themselves the Shin Bakufu, who are kind of similar to the Cult of Cosmos in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, or the Wardens of War in Valhalla. From that point on, there's a very lengthy series of cinematics and cutscenes showing Naoe being nursed back to health, before she then sets off to investigate this group one by one and get vengeance for the attack. And yeah, like you gotta admit, it is a pretty cool premise, playing as this badass, super pissed off shinobi babe, whose new purpose in life is just to go around and murder everyone who did it wrong. It's kind of hard to not be reminded of The Bride in Kill Bill, and in fact, some of the music during these early action scenes really sounds like something that Tarantino would have used. I will say too that there's some surprisingly likable side characters here as well, with the real standouts being this kid named Jinjiro who lost his dad in the war and now clings to Naoe like she's the big sister he never had.
I've come to stay with you. What?
What? Along with a smartass
Nah, he probably just wants to fuck her.
thief named Gunojo who kind of looks like he should be.
No. The slavers are the Jews, essentially.
Out of an Onimusha game. Now he's the typical thief with a heart of gold, just trying to be like a Japanese Robin Hood, and he's also one of the potential romance options for Naoe.
A charming offer, thief. I'll think about it once you've sobered up. And bathed.
Oh yeah, before you ask, there's no romance here between Naoe and Yasuke.
Yes.
And a few of these side characters can even be called in to help out during gameplay, giving them even more of a purpose.
This was a wooden battle.
You got this whole side mechanic of being able to build up your hideout too and customize it however you want, having to smuggle back supplies from enemy camps like it's MGS5. And every time you go back there, you can see all these characters walking around and keeping themselves busy. And it just goes a long way in making the world feel more lived in and populated. It also does feel like they've done their best here to try to facilitate every kind of player. I mean, for instance, you've got the option to play the story in the so-called canon mode, which automatically chooses dialogue responses for the player. We can instead choose your own if you want to see where things lead.
I will not hesitate.
You've got different settings for navigation with optional features like a waypoint guide to help you find where you need to go, as well as the option for this so-called immersive mode where everyone speaks Japanese and not English. Although much like Ghost of Tsushima, this doesn't seem to be the intended choice, as the lip syncing just doesn't match up at all.
But this is not about any one of us.
What also kind of surprised me is that it's not always just about hunting down and killing every one of these characters you come across, with there even being a few instances where you can spare them once new information comes to light.
My brother Golo is not like them either. I beg your mercy for his sake.
Visually too, the whole thing is pretty damn stunning, and I don't know what the going rate these days is for environmental artists, but I've got to say that these guys deserve a raise. The amount of detail in the world in these games has always been pretty top-notch stuff, and again, you could easily just spend hours walking around and checking out what all the NPCs are up to, with there always being something going on here. There's great lighting and weather effects, with the wind and the rain looking particularly awesome, and I don't know what it is about raining in video games, but I'm really just a sucker for that kind of thing. And when it's also in the same game where I'm running along rooftops and cutting people down with a panto, well then even better. Even just the shifting between seasons can really dynamically alter the way the world looks, with NPCs dressing accordingly depending on what period it's in. And when you're out in those more rural areas, it's common to see deer, monkeys, and other animals running around too. In fact, there's so much wildlife running around at times that it almost becomes comedic, because it seems every few feet there's some kind of critter running past your eye line. Oh yeah, and I really like it too how when you summon your mount, most of the time your character's going to automatically jump onto it.
That's a good idea.
Early on in the story, Naoe gets injured and has a scar across her face, and throughout the rest of the campaign, you can even see this thing slowly healing up the more time passes. So outside of a few moments where I had a choppy frame rate, it all seemed to run and look pretty damn good, with not a single crash to the desktop in the 30 odd hours I spent with it. What I do think is a bit weird though is the inconsistency with the water effects, where sometimes you'll swim through a body of water and the whole thing displaces and moves around realistically. But then other times it's like the water is just a flat, transparent surface that you're clipping through, but they're not even moving about at all. You've also got all that other immersion-breaking stuff, like seeing objects or characters clip through their clothing and outfits, which in its defense is probably to be expected considering there's like 50 of these. But still, like to see a kunai clip through someone's clothing during an emotional scene, like, yeah, it's a bit of a buzzkill. And while voice acting is generally pretty good across the board, along with the facial animations, there's definitely like interactions.
I don't really care too much about clipping unless it's like something really extreme. But yeah, I don't think clipping is that big a deal.
Where the whole thing just looks and sounds so wooden.
Forgive me.
We did 20 ticks, and that was the best one.
It's also got a whole lot of those Ubisoftisms, do you know what I mean? The kind of weird and wacky things that you really only see in an Ubisoft game.
I have to get involved if you're extorting the people of this town.
Extortion? I will show you extortion.
Yeah, like Monster Hunter Wilds is a shit ton of clipping, and honestly, I don't really care.
Well, we're waiting.
From that point on as well, when you're playing as Naoe, is where the whole thing really kicks off. And she's also who you're going to be playing as for the next 10 or so hours at least. Because it's not until you're a fair ways in, where for story-related reasons, Naoe finally meets up with Yasuke. And then the two realize that they're actually far more aligned than they thought.
You really think you stand a chance?
Another step, and we will both find out.
And once this guy joins up with her, you can swap between them at any time. Certain missions might force you into one or the other, but for most of the main story stuff, you're given the option to choose, with it then vastly affecting how things play out, literally. I mean, if you realize you got to sneak into an enemy castle to get some information, well, then maybe swap over to Naoe and you're good to go. But if it looks like subtly ain't on the main agenda, then using Yasuke might be the better choice. Considering that Naoe, for instance, is your typical shinobi/ninja type of character, using a grappling hook to pull herself up the side of buildings, along with skulking around in the bushes and the shadows, as well as having a few ninja gadgets to use to her advantage. With the kunai, the smoke bomb, the distraction bell, and the shuriken. Yeah, I love the shuriken. All of this stuff plays out more or less the same as every other Assassin's Creed game ever made, and is really where the main movement and parkour stuff takes place, with Naoe's tiny frame being perfect for the kind of stealthy mobility that she needs. What's crazy too is that they actually have a somewhat developed stealth system this time, instead of it just being all based around line of sight. And for the first time in the series, light actually plays a part in how visible you are, with sticking to the shadows keeping you fully hidden, and there are even being light sources you can extinguish to maintain your cover. So yeah, like it only took Ubisoft almost 25 years to achieve what their own game, Splinter Cell, was doing back in the early 2000s, along with also being able to go fully prone and crawl around, which is something that Metal Gear Solid's been doing for almost 30. It also seems that the seasons affect things as well, because in quite a neat touch, Shadows has not only a night and day cycle, but also a yearly one too, with there being less enemies outside during winter, for instance, probably to stay out of the cold, along with the benefit of the snow muffling your footsteps. Whereas on the flip side, during summer and spring, you're going to be more audible, but there's more bushes and grass to hide in.
Cool. Yeah, it is cool.
Apart from that stuff, though, which really doesn't affect things too much, this is more or less the same stealth system we've seen a dozen times before, where you just try to stick to the high ground and assassinate people before they've even seen you. You can still whistle from a hiding spot to draw someone to your position, and it's still lovely easy here to just smoke bomb a group of enemies and then use the hidden blade on them before they've even recovered.
Yep, just like Mirage.
You got the old classic double assassination, killing 2 enemies at once, and also that old chestnut where you take someone out and then kill someone nearby with a throwable item. A takedown move that I think's been in every Ubisoft game since Far Cry 3. What I do find disappointing, though, is how there's no way to control the time of the day, or at least as far as I could find. I mean, the stealth is objectively easier at nighttime, right? In the sense that most of the guards are going to be asleep and there's less of them patrolling. But then also because that cover of darkness gives you far more options to avoid being seen. So as a result, you're always going to want to be doing all the stealth stuff at night. But the problem is that you're at the mercy of what time of day it actually is, considering you've got no control over it. You know, unless of course you want to stand around for 15 minutes waiting for it to change. And I just don't see why they could incorporate some kind of time-passing mechanic here, where now they could meditate or something to progress the hours. I mean, you can choose to change the season, but not the time of day. Yeah, that makes sense. It'd be like how in MGS5 where you could just sit there smoking a cigar to pass the time. I mean, even the old Elder Scrolls games let you stand around and wait out the clock if you wanted to. And it's just the small things like this, the little side inclusions, that would have really made a good stealth system genuinely great. I do reckon as well that the assassination animations can still look really janky at times, especially those ones you do from cover, where you can see the NPC pretty much stop in place while they just wait to die. It's just this very noticeable halt in their animation where you can literally see them just stop dead in their tracks. There's a really cool idea here where when you're playing as Noway, you can't assassinate the larger enemies at first, simply because the premise of a 5-foot-tall girl being able to overpower someone 3 times her size is, physically impossible. Even though, of course, later in the game you unlock an ability that just lets you do it anyway.
Not if you shiv them in the fucking neck. Which is the whole point of an Assassin's Creed game, but, you know.
Of course. Anyway, my point is that even with this, there's some weird animations as well. Like when sometimes you try to do it, she's just going to instantly go into this cowering position on the floor.
What an asshole.
I also still find the parkour system to be a bit janky, and the movement still feels really inorganic. It's just kind of like you don't really feel like you're moving seamlessly from area to area. You just feel like you're going from that one preset movement position to the next, like you're a puzzle piece clicking into all of these slots. It really is like they just kind of maxed out the parkour controls in those earlier games and never really advanced it from that point on. As a point of comparison, like go and play something like Mirror's Edge, for instance, and compare how the free running feels in that game to how it feels in Assassin's Creed.
That's good stuff.
Also, what are we like 15 games deep at this point, and yet it is still so hard at times to simply just drop off a fucking ledge. Like seriously, man, why is it so hard to drop off something? I mean, you can hold down the B button to constantly lower yourself down, but even then, like that still takes way too long. And what a perfect summarization of platforming controls in modern gaming too, right? Like remember in the olden days how you used to try your hardest to not fall off ledges, but then in a modern game, I'm trying my hardest to do the opposite. Still though, playing as Noway is the Assassin's Creed element of the game. And like most of these other entries, I always find the most fun to be had when you're just going around assassinating people or exploring all the various enemy camps. You get all the various castles around the map, and to clear these out, you need to kill a bunch of nearby samurai, but then unlock a chest containing legendary gear. And I spent a fair chunk of my time just going around and clearing these out alone, trying to find new and creative ways to take out these samurai without getting spotted. If you set up an alarm during any of this stuff, you also get a wanted level in that region, and then the game sends out these unique NPCs to hunt you down, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, and because there's so many unique targets to find and assassinate, there was at least like half a dozen instances when I came across a random one of these completely by chance. Regardless of who you're playing as though, at some point you're going to get into combat, which really is the least evolved aspect. And if you played any of these games in the recent years, well, then this is all going to seem very familiar. So you've got both a light and a heavy attack along with a posture attack, which is simply holding down either button to charge it up for a bit more damage or to break someone's block. Blue attacks from enemies can be parried, but red attacks have to be dodged, with both of them throwing an enemy off balance and leaving them vulnerable if you wait until the last possible moment, with vulnerable enemies then taking more damage. Some of the enemies are wearing armor, so you first need to whack that stuff off before you can even damage their health, and there is a pretty cool ASMR element to this stuff as well, with the armor making this satisfying crack when it finally breaks. With the first main difference between the two characters during all of this being the weapons they use and then their combat abilities. Noway, for instance, gets the katana, the kanto, and the kusarigama, whereas Yasuke gets the long katana, the naginata, and the kanabo. And it really is a whole David and Goliath situation here, with Noway's attacks looking very glancing, whereas Yasuke just unleashes these wild, decimating blows, where it really looks like he's putting his entire weight into it. Especially when you count around the bigger weapons like the kanabo, where he swings that thing around like it's a giant slab of concrete, and smashes someone's head clean off like he's hitting a home run. Oh yeah, and if you're not using one of these things as soon as possible, well, then you're playing the game wrong. The naginata takedown is even more brutal, right? With him chopping off someone's arms, then finally lopping off their head, which for a game that constantly goes on about honor and all that kind of stuff seems like a pretty damn dishonorable way to kill someone. Now when you're playing as Noway, combat can be super spongy, but I do kind of suspect that they've done this on purpose, considering she's not really supposed to be any kind of super samurai. I mean, she can hold up a couple of enemies pretty easily, but if it gets to be more than that, then you're probably just going to want to haul ass and try to lose the heat. It also feels like the only way they knew how to make the combat challenging here is to have it so she takes insane damages from hits, often losing like an entire health bar from a single blow against an enemy that's on her level. And I'm really not a fan of how Shadows has brought back all this level-dependent gear. Dozens, if not hundreds, of different pieces of armor and weapons, which all have arbitrary numbers and stats. Which makes it feel like it's less about your actual skill during combat and more just whether or not your katana or your naginata is high enough level to effectively damage someone. Now, you can upgrade these items to your current level at any time at the forge back at your hideout, but the higher the item level gets, obviously the more expensive the resource is going to be, to the point that it's not economically viable to upgrade every piece. Which means that most likely you'll be swapping back and forth with this stuff constantly to just max out your health and your damage output. But even then, like, it doesn't really fix this underlying issue of it feeling like the enemies are just soaking up all your attacks and abilities. It just feels like they're trying to encourage the player to use Yasuke for all of this stuff, and yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, the dude just fucking annihilates everything that gets in his way. Pretty damn violently too, man, like cutting people's heads off like they're Frankfurt sausages or hoisting them up in the air like he's the goddamn Kurgan or something.
Yep. Black supremacy, dude.
One of the main finishes for the kanabo has him just towering over someone and then smashing their skull in, like, yikes. Very early on as well, I found a piece of armor that had a stat on it which let me block and parry the red attacks. The ones which
Maybe the Japanese will view this as a warning against mass migration.
Normally have to avoid. And then from that point on, it just made the combat sequences laughable. Laughable. It's like that bit in Final Fantasy VII where you get to play alongside Sephiroth, and he just goes around one-shotting all the enemies that have kicked your ass for the past 10 hours. The problem is when playing as Yasuke, it just doesn't feel like an Assassin's Creed game, because two of the main components which make up the vast majority of the series, that being stealth and the parkour, are more or less just completely gone. Replaced with this dude who's just built like a linebacker and about as inconspicuous as a pea stain on a suede couch.
I don't think anyone's gonna care about it over there.
I mean, he does get the bow as a ranged weapon, which can be used to an extent to remain stealthy, but your max arrow count for the bow is pretty low. Not to mention his other ranged weapon, the Teppo, is about as unstealthy as it possibly gets.
The Japanese typically only play Japanese games. They're very, you know, home culture oriented, and, you know, they're all probably playing Monster Hunter right now, which is the far superior game.
So they're definitely trying to force you into the more direct approach. His version of Now Way's assassination, for instance, is a brutal assassination, where he first gets someone's attention by shouting at them, before then just turning them into a human piñata. Face me! And let's not also forget that he's built like a goddamn brick shithouse, which means that definitely climbing up the side of buildings, grappling up pagodas, or leaping gracefully from rooftop to rooftop is just out of the question. He can literally just run right through certain walls as well, like he's the Kool-Aid man, and running into enemies is going to knock them on their ass. And if you do a leap of faith from any of the viewpoints, he'll just fall to the ground like a total klutz, and then make some kind of remark about how dumb he looked.
Any landing you can walk away from is good enough.
In the game's defense, though, this does all make sense. Do you know what I mean? Given the dude is decked out in full samurai body armor, is well over 6 foot tall, and probably weighs well over 200 pounds. But that doesn't change the fact that when you're playing as him, it just feels like any entirely different game. Not to mention, like, I'm starting to wonder if it even makes sense how we're seeing out Yasuke's experiences at all. I mean, I thought this whole thing was taking place inside the Animus, right? Which means I'm accessing my ancestors' memories and witnessing their life events through my own eyes. But then, how am I able to see both Yasuke and Naoe's experiences if this is the...
Well... How, you ask? Think about it.
Same one strand. I mean, if that's the case, then these two must somehow be related, right? With Assassin's Creed Syndicate as an...
No. No, they're not related.
Example, this made perfect sense because both the lead characters were twins. Some of Yasuke's unique missions, for instance, are these ones that go into vivid detail on how he trained to become a samurai, and then everything that happened to him while he served in Nobunaga. But then it's also to show me all the stuff that Naoe did as well. Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Trust me. Follow.
What happens when one set of DNA comes together with another set of DNA and it creates a new set of DNA? Ding, ding, ding. We have our race mixing. There you go. Naoe gets blacked. There's the fucking spoilers. Uh-oh. Naoe gets fucking blacked at the end of the game. That's how you can experience both sets of memories.
Follow my instruction. Well, maybe it does make sense, considering the whole Animus subplot has been a bit of an afterthought for almost a decade now. And I think what it really just boils down to is that they're just trying to offer up two different playstyles. Letting the player choose if they want to go in as Yasuke and just cut everyone's head off, or be a bit more subtle as Naoe and take the less direct approach. The only thing is that this is Assassin's Creed, and the whole series is supposed to be about the less direct approach. Do you know what I mean? The approach where you stab someone to a rice paper wall before they even know what hit them. And yeah, like I know this is also the same series where you engaged in all-out naval combat in the ocean.
Way more gay romances in this game than, you know, actual straight ones too, which is pretty fucking funny.
At the end of all of that, like, Edward Kenway was still getting up there close and personal with that hidden blade. You feel me?
Got the gist.
For most of the main story missions here, you can choose who you want to play as, but for quite a few of them, you've got no choice, and have to experience things as Yasuke. So yeah, like, I get why this might piss certain people off. The good news, at least, is that the XP you earn for one character does carry over to the other, and there's gear that is unique for both of them. So you don't ever feel like you're wasting your time, and you're not going to be underleveled if you spend a few hours as Naoe or vice versa. What is weird, though, is that at certain points you can choose between them for a boss fight, and then in what's an absolute wasted opportunity, during these fights, the other character is just absent the entire time. I don't know, like they've gone off to take a shit or something, and I was really hoping for some kind of assistance or tag team moment during these instances. You know, kind of like the stuff they did in Arkham Knight. By the way, though, I definitely enjoyed playing as Naoe the most here, simply because that's when it felt the most like Assassin's Creed. You know, the name of the game itself. One of the first ninja games I first ever really played was the original Tenchu on the PlayStation, and in some ways, almost 30 years later, kind of feels like I'm right back there again. Sneaking across rooftops at night time and slitting the throats of samurai while they got their backs turned, versus playing as Yasuke, where I run around and cave someone's torso in with a giant club. I also do want to briefly touch on the criticism over the historical accuracy and the so-called lack of respect towards Japanese culture, which is a weird statement, you know what I mean, given every single other game in the franchise.
Yes.
And what I've always thought is cool about this series is the way they combine the factual with the...
that whole thing is fucking retarded, if you ask me. The people who are, you know, going like, oh my god, you can destroy religious buildings, and it's like, who fucking cares, bro? Like, in Assassin's Creed 2, you literally try to assassinate the fucking Pope. It's like, dude... That is not worth getting upset over. The fucking main character situation is definitely worth getting upset over. But, oh my god, you can break a table inside of a temple. Who the fuck cares? Like, that's some Karen shit.
Fantasy. Letting you explore this slice.
Why do you fucking care about some pagan-ass bullshit religion? Western male that claims to be Christian? Shouldn't you be applauding the big, brute black dude for destroying the pagan temples?
Time long since past, but also adding in enough of the weird fictional made-up stuff to keep the whole thing interesting and unique. And off the back of that, it is kind of odd to see people bring this stuff up in regards to Yasuke, and how it's not portraying his character 100% true to life, considering this is the same series where you've got Leonardo da Vinci making guns and poison darts, or the same series where you fight creatures from Greek and Irish...
What? Leonardo da Vinci making guns and poison darts? Do you know nothing about Leonardo da Vinci? Leonardo da Vinci was literally recruited by fucking Cesare Borgia to build weaponry. Oh my god, dude. See, this is the thing. If you're going to talk about history, at least know what the fuck you're talking about. Fucking Leonardo da Vinci came up with the plans for helicopters, tanks, the early design for gliders. He made many different forms of advanced weaponry in his day. Like, oh, come on, bro. Oh, he made guns and poison darts. Yeah, no shit. He actually did. Crazy, I know, but that was an actual thing.
Mythology. It's like watching that episode of Doctor Who and complaining about how historically inaccurate it is that Vincent van Gogh hopped into the TARDIS. Wait, is it Van Gogh or Van Gogh? Or that Genghis Khan learned how to skateboard in Bill and Ted? And in fact, I think if anything, Shadows is more historically accurate, considering it doesn't have any of the supernatural or mythological elements, at least not in the base game. Just fighting the same regular humans, either samurai, ronin, or shinobi. As for it being disrespectful, well, that's kind of laughable as well. I mean, as an example, one of the main side tasks is going around to the dozens of different religious shrines and praying, either as Naue or Yasuke. There's another side task where you paint the local wildlife by sneaking up on them quietly so they're not disturbed. During the cinematics, characters all adhere to the basic social protocols, almost to a boring degree. And there's even one whole mission chain where you need to be taught the proper etiquette for a traditional tea ceremony.
We drink from a common bowl. Each turns it slightly to the right. In this way, the front, the most beautiful part of the bowl, faces the host and other guests as a sign of humility.
Is there anything else I should know?
Then having to remember what you've learned shortly after that during the real thing so you don't blow your cover. Or I don't know, how about the fact that there's an entire fucking codex in here with pages and pages of historical details on all factors of Japanese life at the time. From all the different cities and settlements through to pages on religious aspects like the Torii gates. I guess my point is that if you're going to have that kind of discussion and bring up that criticism in regards to Shadows, well, then you also need to start looking 20-something years back when we were getting into fistfights with the Pope.
Yeah,
overall,
that's what I was
to get
saying.
distracted by, and even at the
That's what I'm saying. It's like the whole argument, like, oh, it's disrespectful. It's like, yeah, no shit. Who fucking cares?
30 or so hour mark, I barely scratched the surface of what was on offer. And while that is a good thing, kind of, it's also definitely hard to not be fatigued by all the repetition.
Will
Considering
I
when you
be
break the whole thing
playing
down, you're really
this? Most likely not. It just looks like Assassin's Creed Valhalla 2 with a shittier setting.
just doing the same few activities over and over. Like picking up all those resources to improve your hideout, for instance, or upgrade your weapons, all of which is done through the same few missions handed out at all the various scout locations on the map. And every single one of these is just infiltrating the same looking enemy camp, and then either stealing the resources, assassinating a key figure, or killing everyone in the area. There might be like a bit of variation to the layout of the enemies and the items, but this is the exact same mechanic every single time. Like I mentioned earlier as well, instead of outposts to capture, Shadows has castles, which are these enemy encampments where you need to find and kill those samurai in the area, before then unlocking a chest within the castle to get that legendary gear. And again, it is the exact same process every time I'm picking these guys off one by one, then just climbing up to that tower to open the chest. I also found the vendor UI in this thing to be incredibly tedious, especially in dismantling items or trying to sell my stuff off. Because you can only do this for one item at a time, which means having to sit there waiting 2 to 3 seconds for it to process, whilst you clear out your inventory bit by bit. And why they didn't just include some kind of bulk sell or bulk dismantle option is beyond me.
Because it's Ubisoft.
It's also kind of hard to not feel like the story's dragging its heels a bit, and even by the 30-hour mark, when I finally dealt with all those 12 members, the story was still going. Now with this whole epilogue sequence where it essentially splits into 2 directions, with both characters still having like a half a dozen or so different missions to get completed.
Yeah, the whole, oh my god, they're disrespectful of Japanese cult, like, that shit's so fucking homo, dude. Like, I saw a bunch of people on Twitter, like, saying, like, oh my god, dude, it's so disrespectful against the Japanese religion. It's like, bro, I don't fucking care. What are they gonna pray to? The fucking 9-tailed fox so Naruto comes out with his fucking Sharingan and, you know, saves the fucking... Like, I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care about Japanese culture at all. The thing I care about is if the game's actually gonna be fucking good. And it's not. It's fucking shit. It's Assassin's Creed Valhalla, copy fucking paste, with an unnecessary token black character that you can now tell was deliberately added in and completely destroys the entire fucking pacing of the story for no fucking reason. And it's just Ubisoft. It's more fucking Ubisoft. That is the problem, not, it's disrespectful to Japanese culture, dude. Yeah, you're disrespectful to culture in general because you're a waste of oxygen. I don't know, bro. It's just the Karen shit of the fucking anti-woke people is fucking annoying. It's just it's just like, you know, play the actual game and judge it for that. Like, don't LARP that you're some, you know, authoritarian figure on fucking Japanese culture. So stupid. Assassin's Creed is racist. How? I guess all the main villains have pretty much been white. Renadog with the 2. That was my question for Death Stranding. What was your question? Oh, will I play it? I don't know about that one. Death Stranding is a different beast. Probably not. I don't know. I probably should play both of those, but I don't know. My body tells me no. The slop is too painful. They're releasing it on the day of oh yeah, the sarin attack or whatever, where like one person died on a train. It's like, ooh, no, dude, we got to delay the game because one fucking random Jap died. Like, 1,000 don't die every single day because that's how fucking aging populations work, but it's so fucking dumb, man.
Before you finally hit those end credits. And it's like, there is such a thing as too much stuff going on. If you've got a dozen different plot lines and missions going at once, well, then you start to forget where your actual goals are, and it just makes the whole thing feel directionless.
Is there anything else I should know?
And it's kind of hard not to feel like none of it really matters, because it's just another thing you're trying to get through for the sake of finishing it. I don't know, it's too much. It's too much.
It's too much. It's too much.
At the end of the day, like, I'm not going to sit here and recommend or not recommend this thing to anyone, because like I said before, this is the kind of game series where people have already made their minds up. Did I enjoy the whole thing, though? Well, yeah, I did.
I can't deny a certain something.
And I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of people out there who will pick up on stuff and complain about it, but the fact of the matter is that despite all the delays and the drama, Ubisoft have still managed to deliver another solid entry into a series which really has become the video game equivalent of fast food. Are we going to be talking about this one for the decades to come? Well, probably not. But if you're looking for something to sink a couple of weeks into while you wait for Doom the Dark Ages or the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, well, then damn dog, you could do a hell of a lot worse.
Nope. Buy Monster Hunter instead.
Your hate into the wind.
Just buy Monster Hunter instead, guys. Save yourself the heartache. The fuck is that? Electric State? A $320 million dumpster fire. No idea what that is. I just saw fucking Mr. Peanut in the background. I was like, what the fuck is that? Assassin's Creed always diverse since not really. Assassin's Creed has always accurately portrayed the racial demographics of their settings up until this particular game. This is the one game that breaks the mold of that, which is the problem. At no other Assassin's Creed game do you actually play as a real historical figure. And in all other Assassin's Creed games, you play as someone who represents the local population. So, it breaks two franchise norms when it comes to playable characters. Therefore, it is not a coincidence. Yeah, Yasuk was real, but he literally was a slave. That's it. He was like a sword bitch. He followed around the fucking warlords and carried their fucking samurai swords like a fucking golf caddy. Basically. And they have him recorded as being in one battle, and then he ran away. So, yeah. Yeah, people were like, oh yeah, dude, Edward's not native to the fucking Caribbean. It's like, Yeah, you fucking dunce. It starts off in England. You like, these people don't fucking play the games they talk about. It literally is about an English pirate who fucking leaves England and shit in order to go make money as a fucking pirate in order to pay for his fucking kid. Like, I don't know, dude. And then the game ends with him going back to England. Also, that entire region was heavily colonized at the time, so there was tons of white people. Probably more than any other race at that point. How black guy can travel to Japan? Oh, because the Jewish slave ships brought him in. That's how. The Jesuits. AKA the Jews. But yeah, he arrived on a slave ship. The real Holocaust was on them slave ships.
That's right! That's right!
Apparently, Ubisoft will sue people who criticize devs. Don't know how true. I have no fucking idea. I highly doubt that. You can probably talk as much shit about the game as you want. Maybe in, like, Europe they can get away with that, but I highly doubt you can get away with that in the US. You can't sue people for talking shit. That's freedom of speech, dude. I mean, yeah, if you, like, accuse them of allegedly running, like, a, I don't know, underground pedo ring where, you know, they dressed up children as Assassin's Creed characters and powerful Hollywood executives came inside. Never mind. But yeah, shit. But yeah, if you started saying some shit like that, maybe they could sue you, but not if you just say, yeah, I think the game's fucking dog shit. Everybody should lose their fucking job. The director's shit. The writers are shit. The voice actors are shit. Everybody's shit. Like, I don't think they can do anything about that. Look, it's Yasuke next to XZ-bit comparison at the bottom. Oh, yeah. Kind of similar. Although he's got much more full facial hair. Damn, I probably should hop off, guys. It's already 4:15, so I should get some sleep since I haven't been sleeping in the afternoons, so, which is not good. I need my balance, so I probably should try to get some sleep. But I hope everybody has a great Wednesday. And yeah, I'm going to try to, I guess, get on a little bit earlier tomorrow, or I guess later tonight. Since we got Assassin's Creed to play, and then not the shitty one. And then we'll see if we have time for Final Fantasy 16 or not. But yeah, I will talk to everybody later, I guess. Have a great day, guys. And I will see all of y'all later. Peace out, everybody.